Chapter 4895. In an unknown world, in a primitive area, human tribes gathered one after another. These primitive tribes believed in the supreme gods. In the eyes of these people, gods were supreme and omnipotent. Every human tribe believed in a different god. The Haitian tribe believed in the mountain god, while the fire bear tribe believed in a fire bear. Among the tribes within 100 miles, the fire bear tribe was very powerful. They had started to conquer the surrounding tribes, and some small tribes had already been exterminated by the fire bear tribe. Now, the fire bear tribe suddenly attacked the Haitian tribe. Of course, Gouffé didn't care about all of this. At this moment, he was in seclusion in the sacred palace of the Haitian tribe. Although it was called a sacred palace, it was actually just a stone palace. It was not very big and was very simple. However, it was already very impressive to be able to build such a stone palace in such a primitive tribe. This was because the people here had not mastered the method of cultivation. The method of cultivation was only in the hands of the so-called gods. The human race was actually the slaves of the so-called gods. The high and mighty gods naturally did not want the human race to become powerful. This was because if the human race became powerful, then it would be very difficult for the gods to control the human race. Actually, Gouffé had seen through all of this the moment he came here. To put it bluntly, the worship of this primitive tribe was to be the slaves of the gods. This made Gouffé very unhappy. However, he could not change all of this. This was because his cultivation had disappeared. Without a powerful cultivation, what could he change? He could not even protect himself. Therefore, he urgently needed to find his strength and magical power. At this moment, outside the sacred palace of the Haitian tribe, there were many people kneeling down. These people were all old, weak, women and children. This was because the young and strong had already gathered at the entrance of the tribe to resist the attack of the fire bear tribe. The heavily injured and dying leader of the Haitian tribe, Tranquil, was carried out of the sacred palace by his subordinates and begged the old shaman to treat him. However, after some examination, the old shaman said that Tranquil could not be saved. This made all the people of the Haitian tribe despair. Some of them even cried. Leader Tranquil was the most powerful person in the Haitian tribe. If he died, who else in the Haitian tribe could fight against Xiong of the fire bear tribe? Once Xiong attacked, the Haitian tribe would be finished. Let me take a look. Just as the old high priest was pronouncing Lord Tranquil's death sentence, a little girl in white walked out of the holy temple. She was Gouffé's new disciple, Xiaoya. Goddess. The old priest hurriedly bowed to little Ya. Goddess. All the Black Mountain tribesmen in front of the temple knelt down respectfully towards the little girl. However, Xiaoya did not care about this. She directly went to the stretcher and placed her hand on Lord Tranquil's right wrist. A wave of true qi was transferred over. That wave of true qi circulated around Lord Tranquil's body. Xiaoya already knew Lord Tranquil's injuries. His sternum was broken, and his internal organs were shattered. If it was in the past, Tranquil would have died. However, the true qi that Xiaoya cultivated seemed to be somewhat special. After her true qi circulated around Tranquil's body, Tranquil's complexion actually improved a lot. Moreover, Tranquil was no longer coughing blood. Almighty Goddess, please save Sir Overlord. When the people around Lord Tranquil saw this, they immediately knelt down in front of Xiaoya excitedly. All right, I will save him, Xiaoya said as she continued to pour Xiantian true qi into Tranquil's body. After cultivating for half a year, she had already reached the Xiantian realm. Her Xiantian true qi could heal injuries. This was something she discovered a month ago. That day, an eagle chased a small kingfisher into the temple. Xiaoya chased the eagle away, but the small kingfisher fell in the courtyard in front of the temple. It flapped its wings in the courtyard and could not fly up. It turned out that one of the small kingfisher's wings was broken by the eagle. Xiaoya had heard Gouffé talk about the magical use of true qi. For a martial artist, true qi could temper their martial body and make it even stronger. However, the other use of true qi was healing. Whether it was healing oneself or healing others with true qi, it would have a very good effect. Xiaoya tried to use her true qi to heal the small kingfisher. Then, a miracle happened. Xiao Yu's true qi could actually heal the injured body. The small kingfisher's broken wing was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than an hour, the small kingfisher's wing was completely healed. Then, it flew directly into the sky and returned to Xiao Yu's shoulder. From then on, Xiao Yu had a small kingfisher by her side. At this time, as Xiao Yu's Xiantian true qi circulated in Lord Shan Kuei's body, everyone was shocked to see the wounds on Lord Shan Kuei's body healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and bones were rapidly growing and healing. In less than 2 hours, Lord Shan Kuei abruptly opened his eyes. "It hurts." Lord Shan Kuei cried out in pain and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His originally pale face also became rosy. How magical! Everyone was stunned by this scene. Come back from the dead. The old shaman was extremely excited. "Shan Kuei thanks Goddess for saving my life." Lord Shan Kuei immediately knelt before Xiao Yu. Boom! At this time, a loud sound came from the front. Then, the people of the Fire Bear tribe actually broke through the gate of the Black Mountain tribe and killed their way in. "Okay, you guys go and repel the enemy first," Xiao Yu said and waved her sleeves, turned around and walked into the sacred hall. The old shaman stood guard outside the gate of the sacred hall. "We will obey the goddess' decree." Lord Shan Kuei accepted the order and grabbed a mace carried by one of his subordinates. Why did this weapon become lighter? Lord Shan Kuei couldn't help but be shocked when he grabbed the mace. This mace was made of bronze and weighed more than 300 pounds. Although it was one of his weapons and had always been heavy, when he picked up this mace now, it felt like he was holding a withered blade of grass. At this time, he didn't have much time to think, because in front of him, the people of the Fire Bear tribe, under the leadership of Xiong Lai, rushed over like a tide. The people of the Black Mountain tribe were completely defeated, especially Xiong Lai's tall figure. He waved the giant axe in his hand as if he was invincible. He took the lead and rushed towards the sacred hall. His mount was a giant lizard. Everywhere he went, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were either killed or injured. "Shan Kuei, you're not dead?" Xiong Lai saw Shan Kuei standing in front of the sacred hall from afar and couldn't help but be shocked. How could this guy still be alive after taking a kick from me? "Xiong Lai, are you disappointed that I'm not dead?" Shan Kuei roared. "Haha, since you're not dead, I'll kill you again." Chapter 4896. Within the Heishan tribe, flames soared to the sky. Xiong Lai of the Fire Bear tribe led the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe to finally break through the defense of the Heishan tribe. The entire Heishan tribe was in chaos. Numerous people fled in all directions. Numerous old and weak people were wailing. Numerous warriors of the Heishan tribe were impaled to death by the spears of the Fire Bear tribe. This was hell on earth. This was also the truest portrayal of this primitive world. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the rule from ancient times to the present. Haha, the warriors of my Fire Bear tribe are great. At the top of a mountain in the distance, there were countless men dressed in beast skins and holding spears. These men looked boorish, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. The leader was Xiong Chihu, the overlord of the Fire Bear tribe. He was wearing a tiger skin and a tiger head hat with a golden spear in his hand. The reason why Xiong Chihu was called Scarlet Tiger was because he had single-handedly killed a scarlet striped tiger during his coming-of-age ceremony. The red striped tiger was the king of the mountain. Anyone who could kill a red striped tiger was the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe. How could Shan Kuei be a match for Xiong Lai? Beside Xiong Chihu, a skinny old man covered in a black robe laughed. "Lord Priest is right." Xiong Chihu nodded. This old man was the only priest in the Fire Bear tribe who could communicate with the Fire Bear deity. His status was even higher than that of Xiong Chihu, the overlord of the Fire Bear tribe. Xiong Lai is about to reach the sacred palace of the Heishan tribe. The battle is about to end. Xiong Chihu laughed. Standing on the mountain top, they could see the entire Heishan tribe. At this moment, Xiong Lai rode his huge lizard and charged towards Shan Kuei in front of the sacred palace. Shwa! The huge lizard opened its mouth and a snake-like tongue rolled towards Shan Kuei. A stinky smell filled the air. Humph! Shan Kui stretched out his left hand and grabbed the long tongue of the huge lizard. He raised his mace with his right hand and smashed it towards the head of the huge lizard. What? Xiong was shocked. He didn't expect Shan Kui to act so fast. It was too late for him to block. He suddenly patted the head of the huge lizard and jumped up. Bam! In the next moment, there was a muffled sound. Shan Kui's mace smashed into the lizard's head, turning it into a bloody mist. The headless corpse of the giant lizard flew out and directly smashed into a stone house. Kill! Xiong roared angrily. He gripped his bronze axe with both hands and descended from the sky. He ruthlessly swung the axe towards Shan Kui below. This was the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe. The power was astonishing. Even if this guy didn't know how to cultivate, his brute force was still amazing. However, at this moment, Shan Kui only felt that his entire body was filled with power. His body still had the innate true qi that Lilia had passed on to him. Kill! Shan Kui roared and swung the mace in his hand upwards. Clang! The mace in Shan Kui's hand collided with Xiong axe. In the next moment, Xiong axe flew out of his hand. His hands, which were holding the giant axe, were dripping with blood. Cracks appeared on his palms, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. How could this be? Xiong was dumbfounded. He was the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe. Even the Lord Xiong Chihu couldn't match him in strength. Why did Shan Kui's strength suddenly increase so much? Wasn't this guy severely injured by him just now? Could it be that the rumor was true? Did the deity of the Black Mountain tribe show himself? Xiong was sent flying and directly smashed into the crowd of Fire Bear tribe members who were charging towards him from behind. What? Xiong Chihu, the lord of the Fire Bear tribe, and the others on the mountain ridge in the distance, were shocked to see this scene. How could this happen? Shan Kui waved his mace and directly charged into the crowd of Fire Bear tribe members. In the next moment, miserable cries sounded. Wherever Shan Kui waved his mace, all the people of the Fire Bear tribe would be sent flying. If they were hit, they would die. If they were grazed, they would be injured. Soon, many people of the Fire Bear tribe were killed or injured. Our Lord is mighty. Our Lord is invincible. The warriors of the Black Mountain tribe roared and fought back crazily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Originally, the Black Mountain tribe had been defeated. However, at this moment, the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe were inspired by their lord and started to fight against the people of the Fire Bear tribe like crazy. As the lord of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kui took the lead and directly charged towards Xiong. No one was his match. All the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe who attacked him were smashed to death by his mace. No one could withstand his mace. At this moment, Shan Kui was simply invincible. Xiong, why are you running away? Fight me if you have the guts. Shan Kui chased after Xiong. At this moment, the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe actually escaped towards the gate of the Black Mountain tribe without looking back. He did not dare to fight at all. Seeing the strongest warrior of the Fire Bear tribe escape, the rest of the people of the Fire Bear tribe naturally followed suit. Therefore, the tables had turned. Now, it was the people of the Fire Bear tribe's turn to be defeated. This, Xiong Chihu and the others on the mountain ridge in the distance were dumbfounded. Lord Priest, this? Xiong Chihu looked at the black-clothed old man beside him. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. The black-clothed priest pondered. At this moment, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacred palace behind the Black Mountain tribe. Numerous spiritual auras crazily gathered towards the whirlpool. A shocking scene appeared in the sky above the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe. Countless spiritual lights were flashing, and a powerful aura was emitted from the sacred palace. It's the deity of the Black Mountain tribe. Retreat. The black-clothed priest said anxiously. What? Xiong Chihu couldn't help but be shocked. The deity of the Black Mountain tribe really showed himself? On the mountain ridge, seeing the shocking scene in the sky above the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe, everyone was stunned. Retreat. Xiong Chihu couldn't sit still anymore. The deity was a supreme existence. Who dared to offend the deity? Woo! The horn sounded from the mountain ridge. Hearing the horn, The people of the Fire Bear tribe immediately rushed towards the gate of the Black Mountain tribe like a tide. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Kuei led the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe and directly drove the people of the Fire Bear tribe out of the Black Mountain tribe. The people of the Fire Bear tribe escaped in embarrassment, leaving thousands of corpses behind. At this moment, in the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sacred palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Extreme becomes infinite, limited becomes infinite. So that's it. I get it now. Chapter 4897. After half a year of closed-door training, Gu Fei finally came out. As soon as he came out, he caused a natural phenomenon, which scared away Xiong Chihu and the priest of the Fire Bear tribe. Lord Priest, didn't you say that the people of the Black Mountain tribe were deliberately mystifying us? Can't their tribe be protected by a deity? What's going on now? Xiong Chihu, the lord of the Fire Bear tribe, said to the priest of the Fire Bear tribe discontentedly after escaping more than 10 miles away. How would I know? Attacking the Black Mountain tribe is the decree of the deity of the Fire Bear tribe. Who dares to disobey? The priest of the Fire Bear tribe said angrily. This time, the Fire Bear tribe went for wool and came home shorn. They were going to destroy the Black Mountain tribe, but they didn't expect that the Black Mountain tribe was really protected by a deity. The Black Mountain tribe turned defeat into victory. Now, the Fire Bear tribe was the unlucky one. Alas! Retreat. If the deity of the Black Mountain tribe comes, none of us will survive. The priest of the Fire Bear tribe shouted at the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe. The warriors of the Fire Bear tribe were terrified. In their eyes, the deity was supreme. By attacking the Black Mountain tribe, they had definitely angered the deity of the Black Mountain tribe. At this moment, all the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe were terrified. Lord Priest, how about we ask our deity to help us? Xiong Chihu suddenly said. Shut up. The priest of the Fire Bear tribe shouted in a low voice. Xiong Chihu was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only swallow his anger. He was already very dissatisfied with the priest of the Fire Bear tribe. Under the lead of Xiong Chihu and the priest of the Fire Bear tribe, the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe retreated back to the Fire Bear tribe in panic. At this moment, in the Black Mountain tribe, the lord of the Fire Bear tribe, Shan Kuei, led countless warriors of the Black Mountain tribe to kneel in the open space outside the temple, worshipping the temple. Although Gu Fei, who was regarded as a god by them, did not make a move, he had performed a miracle. That was enough, because the moment the miracle appeared, the morale of the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe soared, and they defeated the Fire Bear tribe in one go. Seeing the miracle, the warriors of the Fire Bear tribe were naturally scared to death. How would they dare to continue fighting? Gu Fei refused to see anyone, and the old shaman stood guard outside, preventing anyone from entering. Master wants to meditate. All of you, disperse. Xiaoya walked out of the sacred hall and said to everyone kneeling outside, As you command. Shan Kuei and the others gradually dispersed. At this time, the entire Black Mountain tribe was in a mess. There were burning fires, collapsed houses, and corpses all over the ground. These all needed to be dealt with. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei naturally had to lead his tribesmen to extinguish the fire, collect the corpses, and rebuild the collapsed houses. In this battle, the Black Mountain tribe had suffered heavy losses. They would probably need a few years to recover. The Black Mountain tribe did not have many people to begin with. More than half of the young men had died in battle, and the rest were the old, the women, and the children. The Black Mountain tribe's strength had declined greatly. If the Fire Bear tribe came again, the Black Mountain tribe would definitely not be able to stop them. However, not only did the Fire Bear tribe not dare to attack the Black Mountain tribe, but they were also afraid that the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe would find trouble for them. At this time, in the valley behind the Fire Bear tribe, the leader Xiong Chihu and the priest arrived in front of a huge cave deep in the valley. In the cave, there was a dull snoring sound, and there were waves of heat coming out of the cave. Our tribe's guardian deity is still sleeping? Xiong Chihu frowned. What do you think? The priest sneered. Our tribe's guardian deity has been sleeping for more than 100 years. When will it wake up? Xiong Chihu was very worried. Because the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe had shown a miracle, the other small tribes would definitely seek refuge with the Black Mountain tribe when they heard the news. In this primitive tribal world, every tribe did not care about bloodline, but the strength of the tribe. Because in this primitive world, the more powerful the tribe was, the more likely they could survive. The Black Mountain tribe would also take in people from other tribes. I don't know either. The priest sighed. The guardian deity of the Fire Bear tribe was the strongest deity within 100 miles. If the deity in the cave woke up, why would they be afraid of the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe? Let's go. We need to guard against the revenge of the Black Mountain tribe. The priest said, N. Xiong Chihu nodded. The two then left the valley. At this time, in the temple of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei was very happy. He had finally touched the limitless realm, and his body had finally cultivated a trace of limitless qi. This limitless qi was really magical. It seemed to exist and not exist, and it was between illusion and reality. Moreover, although the limitless qi in Gu Fei's body was little, it was able to transform his martial body. Extreme into limitless, limited into limitless. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the praying mat and muttered to himself. This limitless qi was all-encompassing, and it seemed to be of a higher level than the eternal primordial qi. It seemed to be the ultimate essence of life. He felt that even if he had only cultivated a trace of limitless qi, he would be able to beat up those peak eternal demon masters when he returned to the eternal world. Finally, he had some power to protect himself. This made Gu Fei very happy. For a martial artist, there was an essential difference between having essence and not having essence in their body. Martial arts skills needed essence to be driven. Gu Fei, who was in a good mood, stood up from the praying mat and walked out of the hall. Master! Xiaoya, who was cultivating in the courtyard, quickly came up and greeted Gu Fei. Not bad. You are already a Xiantian martial artist. Gu Fei could tell Xiaoya's cultivation level at a glance. She had cultivated to the Xiantian realm in half a year. With this kind of talent, if she was in the human world, she would definitely be a super monster. Back then, when he was in the Taishan sect, he had to put in a lot of effort to cultivate to the Xiantian realm. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Master, what is the Xiantian realm? Xiaoya tilted her head and asked. Gu Fei was speechless. This little girl did not even know that she had cultivated to the Xiantian realm. All right, I'll tell you about the cultivation realms. Gu Fei had no choice but to popularize the knowledge of cultivation for Xiaoya so that she could clearly understand her own cultivation level and what kind of realm she was in. As he spoke, it took a few hours. Xiaoya listened attentively, and the old shaman's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had heard of such things. I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Gu Fei stopped. The old shaman hurriedly ordered people to prepare food. Soon, a whole roasted lamb was carried in by two warriors from the Black Mountain tribe. The aroma of meat immediately filled the air. The old shaman respectfully presented the wine brewed by the Black Mountain tribe. The Black Mountain tribe gathered hundreds of fruits and brewed 100 fruit wine. It was famous far and wide. Gu Fei ate the wine in big bowls and big pieces of meat. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the holy hall. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard of the holy hall. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. The barbarian emperor has decreed that the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe must come to the barbarian emperor city within 10 days. No delay. Chapter 4898. Barbarian Sovereign's Decree? Gu Fei looked at the young man in armor floating in the air. He was surprised because this guy could actually fly. Cultivator. This guy was actually a human cultivator. Gu Fei originally thought that this was a primitive tribal world. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful human cultivator here? Why aren't you kneeling to receive the barbarian sovereign's decree? The young warrior in black armor looked at Gu Fei, who was still standing, and couldn't help but be furious. The barbarian sovereign was the sovereign of southern barbarian. Whether it was the human tribes or the guardian deities of these tribes, they all had to submit to the barbarian sovereign. The ruler of the entire southern barbarian was the barbarian sovereign. At this time, Xiao Ye and the old shaman were already kneeling on the ground. When they saw that Gu Fei was still standing, they couldn't help but be shocked. One must know that this was the special envoy of the barbarian sovereign. The once-in-a-century Southern Barbarian All-Spirits Conference was about to begin. The barbarian sovereign began to pass down decrees to the countless tribes in Southern Barbarian. As long as there was a guardian deity guarding the tribe, the barbarian sovereign would pass down the decree. The guardian deities who received the decree would have to participate in the Myriad Spirits Conference. Those who didn't obey the decree and didn't participate would be killed by the experts sent by the barbarian sovereign. Gods were naturally supreme in the eyes of the human race like the Black Mountain tribe. However, in the eyes of the barbarian sovereign, these so-called gods were just some monsters who knew how to cultivate. The so-called Myriad Spirits Conference that was held once in a century was actually a means for the barbarian sovereign to find out the number of monsters in Southern Barbarian and the strength of their cultivation. The barbarian sovereign couldn't let these foreign races threaten his rule over Southern Barbarian. In these 100 years, if there were some particularly powerful foreign races in Southern Barbarian, if they couldn't be subdued, then they would be killed. No matter what world or place, the law of the jungle was the truth. Master, hurry up and receive the decree. Xiaoyu was anxious. Tisk, in my life, I haven't even knelt to the heavens and earth. Why would I kneel to a mere decree? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. What big words. The young warrior was infuriated when he heard this. In the past several hundred years, there had never been a creature that dared not to kneel and accept the decree of the wildlands. Moreover, this fellow was a human. Where's the deity of the Black Mountain tribe? Why hasn't he come out yet? How dare he neglect the decree of the barbarian emperor? Does the Black Mountain tribe want to be exterminated? The young fighter said with a murderous aura. In his eyes, the black-robed youth who was still standing was dead for sure. However, he didn't want to make a move because this little brat wasn't qualified for him to make a move. He wanted the deity of the Black Mountain tribe to kill this human youth. He wanted to trample on the god of the Black Mountain tribe. That was his goal. The special envoy of the barbarian sovereign was originally going to the various tribes to demonstrate their might. Those tribes that dared to disobey would be directly exterminated. Those tribes that disobeyed would also be exterminated. Only through this kind of ruthless method, the barbarian emperor was able to intimidate the countless tribes of the Southern Barbarian tribe. Lord Envoy, this is our clan's guardian deity. The old shaman lied on the ground in fear and said with a trembling voice, What? The young warrior was shocked when he heard this. A human had actually become the god of a tribe? How could this be possible? Was he also a cultivator? However, how could a small tribe like the Black Mountain tribe have a cultivator? One must know that the cultivation methods in this world were all in the hands of the strong tribes, or in the hands of some strong foreign races. The living beings in this world attached great importance to cultivation methods, and it was impossible for them to be taught casually. As for the rogue cultivators, there were also them in this world, but they were very rare. A human deity that dares to look down on the decree of the barbarian emperor. Interesting. How do you want to die? The young warrior said as he flipped his right hand, and a bronze sword immediately appeared in his hand. Gu Fei looked at the bronze sword in the hands of the young warrior and saw that there were actually countless runes engraved on the sword. The sword was also emitting a strong sword chi. This, Xiao Ye and the old shaman were scared out of their wits. This was bad. The Black Mountain tribe was probably going to be exterminated today. At this time, the outside of the temple was filled with people kneeling down. The young warrior stood in the air, and his aura was incomparably strong. It was as if a god had descended. When the people of the Black Mountain tribe saw this scene, they thought that a god had descended. Naturally, they had to kneel down and worship the god. Those words should be said by me, right? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the young warrior indifferently. Damn it, go to hell. The young warrior said as he slashed his sword towards Gu Fei, who was on the ground. Buzz. The bronze sword in the young warrior's hand let out a buzzing sound. In the next moment, a golden sword light rushed out from the sword and slashed towards Gu Fei. Sword chi release? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This little guy's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Ya's. According to the classification of the 5 great realms of cultivation in the human world, this guy was able to fly in the air. He was at least at the royal void realm. The 5 great realms of the human world were awakening, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and supreme saint. These were the 5 great realms below the immortal realm. Transcending mortality was to get rid of the mortal body, which was equivalent to the Xiantian realm in the heaven realm. Gu Fei had been in this world for half a year. It was rare for him to meet a human race cultivator. Naturally, his hands were itching. He extended his right hand and pointed at the golden sword light. In the next moment, the golden sword light shattered in the void, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated in the void. How is this possible? When the envoy of the barbarian emperor saw this, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This guy actually used a finger to break his sword chi. How is this possible? The warrior in green was sweating on his forehead. Could this guy be a true god realm existence? Although those so-called guardian deities in the southern barbarian tribes were called deities, they were actually demigod realm creatures that were slightly stronger than the innate realm. Some of the deities in the small tribes were even innate realm creatures. In this world, the young warrior was a god realm expert. In this world, only experts above the god realm could fly in the air. He himself was a god realm expert. You're just a so-so, and you still dare to be presumptuous in front of me. You're simply courting death. Gu Fei said indifferently, "Kill." The young warrior was shocked and angry. In the next moment, he roared and the bronze sword in his hand flew up and split into 9 golden sword chi around him. Swoosh! As he pointed with the sword finger on his right hand, the 9 sword chi around him directly pierced towards Gu Fei on the ground. The incomparably sharp sword chi spread out, and the courtyard of the sacred hall was suddenly filled with dust. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed and shook his head. Then, he waved his right hand casually. The 9 sword chi that pierced him turned around and flew back to the young warrior. In the next moment, the 9 sword chi flashed. The young warrior's body bloomed with 9 balls of blood and directly fell to the ground from the sky. Chapter 4899. The barbarian emperor was the supreme ruler of the south. He was actually the most powerful god in the south. Every 100 years, he would hold a grand all-spirit assembly. It was to consolidate his ruling position in the south. All spirits submitted to him, and the barbarian emperor was invincible. This way, the barbarian emperor could compete with the other giants and not have a fire in his backyard. The 100-year period was approaching, and the envoys of the barbarian emperor began to move. These envoys only had one purpose, and that was to declare the might of the barbarian emperor. Wherever the envoys went, all spirits bowed their heads. No one dared to challenge the authority of the barbarian emperor. However, when the guardian gods of the large tribes bowed their heads, the envoys sent by the barbarian emperor kicked an iron plate in the inconspicuous Black Mountain tribe. Gu Fei didn't care if you were a high and mighty barbarian emperor. If you dared to provoke him, then there was only one word: beat. In my life, Gu Fei didn't even have the qualifications to make me kneel, let alone a mere barbarian emperor. Gu Fei wasn't like the guardian gods of the other tribes because he was an outsider. He wasn't a person of this world and didn't know the rules of this world. In fact, even if he knew the rules of this world, he still wouldn't bow his head. You dare to hurt me? The envoys lying on the ground panted heavily. The 9 bloody holes on his body were constantly bleeding. The 9 sword lights pierced through his body. The wounds were imbued with Gu Fei's power, so the blood kept flowing. Tisk! Gu Fei was very disdainful. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed with his 5 fingers. The envoy's bronze sword flew into his hand. This sword is barely okay. Xiaoya, this sword is for you. Gu Fei directly erased the divine sense in the bronze sword. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the bronze sword was inserted in front of Xiaoya. Buzz! The bronze sword was vibrating. My sword! The envoy glared at Gu Fei. Master, this... Xiaoya was dumbfounded. This god spirit master of hers was truly a ferocious person. He actually beat up the envoy of the barbarian sovereign. The envoy was simply unable to withstand a single blow from her god spirit master. "You're dead." The envoy took out a cylindrical object from his body. In the next moment, with a bang, a ball of fire rose from his hand into the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball exploded in mid-air. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and the dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky, appearing incomparably eye-catching. "Looking for help?" Gu Fei smiled and looked up at the fireworks in the sky. Let me understand this world first." Gu Fei suddenly thought of something. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at the envoy on the ground. The unfortunate envoy flew towards him involuntarily. He grabbed the emissary's head, and in the next moment, a powerful divine will invaded the emissary's consciousness to read his memories. I see. Gu Fei soon knew what kind of world he was in. This was a world called the Void Realm. In this world, the barbarian emperor was not the strongest existence. He was just the emperor of Nanman. This world was divided into 5 regions, namely Eastern Wilderness, Nanman, Western Sea, North Ruins, and Middle Sky. Nanman was the world of the barbarian emperor. The Eastern Wilderness, Western Sea, North Ruins, and Middle Sky also had their own emperors. The envoy of the barbarian emperor was only in the divine state. In this void realm, a divine state could fly in the sky, and a true god could be considered as an expert. The barbarian emperor was a supreme existence in the Shen King realm. Gu Fei let go of the envoy. Because this guy was the subordinate of the barbarian emperor, he knew a lot of things. However, in the eyes of the people of the Black Mountain tribe, these divine state envoys were supreme gods. In reality, they were the weakest existences under the barbarian emperor, and were only responsible for running errands. Looks like it won't be so boring in the future, Gu Fei said to himself. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then, 2 black figures descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard in front of the divine palace. 12th brother, what happened to you? The person who came was furious when he saw the envoy lying on the ground. For hundreds of years, no one had ever dared to hurt the envoy sent by the barbarian emperor. 2nd brother, kill this guy for me. The envoy stared at Gu Fei viciously. Are you the one who hurt my 12th brother? The middle-aged man who was the leader of the group stared at Gu Fei and said, So what if I am? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? The other middle-aged man in black roared at Gu Fei. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Aren't you afraid of death? Gu Fei was still calm. So what if the barbarian emperor is powerful? I am a top-notch expert in the eternal world. Even here, I am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. Ha ha. The middle-aged man who was the leader laughed out of anger. Little guy, go to hell. The middle-aged man laughed hideously and punched at Gu Fei. 2nd brother is a true God realm expert. You are dead meat? The envoy who was crippled by Gu Fei sneered. Even the guardian deities of some big tribes are not a match for 2nd brother, let alone this little guy. The other envoy said disdainfully. In the void realm, the lifespan of humans and other living creatures was very long. Ordinary people could live up to 200 to 300 years old, and cultivators could live even longer. A Sciention realm cultivator could live up to 500 to 600 years, a God realm cultivator could live up to 1,000 years, and a true God realm cultivator could roam the world for tens of thousands of years. The living creatures of the Shen King realm were immortal. Of course, immortal was just a relative term. It was not truly immortal. In the eyes of these envoys, Gu Fei was just a little guy. Rumble! The middle-aged envoy punched out, and a thunderous sound rang out. It was an incomparably shocking sight. Both Xiaoya and the old high priest were shocked to the extreme. They were also terrified to the extreme. However, Gu Fei did not even move his hand this time. Then, the middle-aged envoy's punch turned around and landed heavily on his body. Bam! Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from his body. How is this possible? This time, everyone was stunned. The unlucky 2nd brother was hit by his own fist and vomited blood. He fell to the ground, staggered, and almost fell. What kind of magic is that? The 2nd brother said with a trembling voice. Magic was something that only heavenly god realm experts could master. Are you a heavenly god? The envoys of the three barbarian emperors were extremely shocked. How could a small black mountain tribe have a heavenly god? Chapter 4900. The cultivation level of the void plane was similar to that of the heavenly god plane. However, the strongest being here was Shin King. According to legend, there was the ancestral god above Shin King. However, the ancestral god was only a legend. He had never appeared before. Compared to the other worlds, this world was more primitive. However, the worldly spiritual energy here was the densest among all the worlds that Gu Fei had ever been to. That was also the reason why the lifespans of the living creatures here were far longer compared to those of other worlds. Additionally, the worldly laws here were very strong. They were the strongest worldly laws that Gu Fei had ever encountered. They were much stronger compared to the worldly laws of Eternal World. If the living creatures here were to appear in Eternal World, they would surely be the most terrifying and powerful existences. Gu Fei wondered if he had ascended to the limitless realm after overcoming his tribulation. However, this was just the void plane, not the real limitless realm. After reading the memories of the barbarian sovereign's envoy, Gu Fei speculated that this void plane might be a transitional world between Eternal World and the limitless realm. Even though the humans here seemed weak and small, that was because the nomological laws of this world were too strong. You dare defy the barbarian sovereign's decree and wound the envoy? No one can save you. It's not just you. Even the people from the Black Mountain tribe can forget about living. The second brother among the emissaries roared at Gu Fei with a stern expression. Although they were just the envoys sent out by the barbarian sovereign, in the eyes of the tribal lords, they were even more terrifying compared to the exalted gods. Wherever the envoy went, even the guardian gods of the tribes would have to come out and greet them. As time went by, even the envoy became incomparably arrogant and overbearing. With just a word of disagreement, they would kill off the gods and destroy the tribes that offended them. They possessed the strength to do so. After all, as humans at the divine stage, they were already gods. Naturally, the guardian gods of most human tribes were not that strong. In the eyes of the barbarian sovereign's envoys, these so-called gods were nothing more than farts. Now, although these three envoys weren't Gu Fei's opponents, they were still very domineering. They thought that Gu Fei wouldn't dare to do anything to them. However, it was a pity that they were wrong this time. This was because Gu Fei did not belong to this world, and Gu Fei's cultivation base could not be measured by the cultivation realm of the Void Realm. They couldn't see through Gu Fei at all. Hearing the words of the envoy, Xiao Ye and the old priest were stunned. Who didn't know the name of the barbarian emperor in the south? There was only one outcome for those who offended the barbarian sovereign, and that was death. For thousands of years, in the entire southern wilderness, no one had ever lived after offending the barbarian sovereign. I can't stand being threatened, Gu Fei said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What? The three envoys were inexplicably shocked. Die. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and then three practically translucent rays of sword light flashed through space. After that, the three emissaries under the command of the man-emperor fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. This boundless qi is still too little. Gu Fei seemed to be waving his hand, but after he made his move, he actually felt a little exhausted. This surprised him. The boundless qi that he had just cultivated in his body was almost exhausted. This trace of boundless qi was a seed. If it was exhausted, it would be difficult to cultivate it again. Master, you killed them? Xiaoyu was frightened. She looked at the three corpses on the ground, and her voice trembled. Although she was young, she had heard of the barbarian sovereign's reputation. These envoys were sent by the barbarian sovereign. Killing them was equivalent to going against the barbarian sovereign. The consequence of going against the barbarian sovereign was death and the annihilation of his clan. What should we do? The old priest was so scared that he almost peed his pants. See what these three fellows have on them, then drag them out and bury them. As Gu Fei spoke, he turned and walked into the temple. Seeing how indifferent Gu Fei was, Xiao Ye and the old priest were dumbfounded. Master was the one who killed the barbarian sovereign's envoy. This was a matter that could pierce the heavens. Master is so calm. Is he not afraid of the barbarian sovereign? An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Ya's mind. At this time, the news of the barbarian sovereign's envoy being killed by the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe spread. All the tribes within a radius of 100 miles were alarmed. Ha ha! Carefree laughter came from the temple of the Fire Bear tribe. The guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe is simply courting death. An old voice came from the temple of the Fire Bear tribe. Inside the temple, 2 figures sat on a praying mat on the ground. Since our guardian deity has awakened, why don't we? Xiong Chihu's face turned sinister. The All-Spirits Conference was about to begin. It was impossible for the guardian deity of the Fire Bear tribe to continue sleeping. Not to mention sleeping, he had to come out of seclusion. When the barbarian sovereign's envoy arrived, the guardian deity of the Fire Bear tribe was awakened. At this time, in the valley behind the mountain of the Fire Bear tribe, a huge figure could be vaguely seen in the flames. Powerful heat waves spread out from the valley, causing all the flowers and trees in the valley to wither. For example, the guardian deities of the Heavenly Wolf tribe and the Golden Lion tribe had already received the decree of the barbarian sovereign. All the guardian deities of the tribes had to lower their heads in front of the barbarian sovereign's envoy. No one dared to disregard the barbarian sovereign's envoy like Gu Fei. You are thinking of. The eyes of the Fire Bear tribe priest turned vicious. Hee, this is a great merit. I believe the lords and guardian deities of the other tribes will be more than happy to help. Xiong Chihu sneered. But even the envoy was killed by the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe. Even if we contact the other tribes to help, I'm afraid we won't be able to win. Priest Huaxiong was not stupid. The special envoy of the barbarian king had a very high cultivation level. He was an existence comparable to the gods. They had died in the Black Mountain tribe. How could they be a match for the guardian of the Black Mountain tribe? Lord Priest, have you forgotten about the Heavenly Ape tribe? Xiong Chihu said meaningfully. The Heavenly Ape tribe? The Fire Bear tribe priest's eyes lit up. All right. The Fire Bear tribe priest finally made up his mind. At this time, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were in a state of panic. However, no one knew that a crisis had befallen the Black Mountain tribe so quickly. Chapter 49:01. No matter what world it was, strength was the key to everything. Gu Fei was very clear about this. Only with unparalleled strength could he be fearless. So what if it was the barbarian emperor? As long as he was strong enough, there was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, Gu Fei did not need to think much and directly killed the 3 arrogant envoys sent by the barbarian emperor. However, the other people of the Black Mountain tribe were not as calm as Gu Fei. Those were the envoys who could decide their life and death. Just like that, they were killed by their guardian spirit. When the news spread, the whole tribe was extremely terrified. The reason why tribes appeared in the mirage was because people gathered together to protect themselves. They formed a force that could resist external enemies and the beasts in the mountains. To put it bluntly, the formation of a tribe was to protect themselves and to survive. However, once their survival was seriously threatened, the people of this tribe would leave the tribe and join a stronger tribe. After Gu Fei killed the envoy of the barbarian emperor, the people of the Black Mountain tribe began to look for another way out. That night, thousands of people of the Black Mountain tribe quietly left. By the next morning, the entire Black Mountain tribe was left with less than 3,000 people. Moreover, these people were also leaving. This made the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, very helpless. In fact, even he wanted to leave, but in the end, he did not. However, a few of his capable men left and brought many people with them. Shan Kuei and the old shaman were anxious. They wanted Gu Fei to come forward and gather the people who had left, but they were stopped by Xiao Ya. However, what made Xiao Ya sad was that her parents had also left the Black Mountain tribe. No one was optimistic about the Black Mountain tribe. One must know that Gu Fei killed the envoy of the barbarian emperor. The barbarian emperor was the ruler of Southern Man. The lives and deaths of billions of people in Southern Man were in the hands of the barbarian emperor. How could a small Black Mountain tribe compete with the barbarian emperor? In the eyes of the people of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei fighting against the barbarian emperor was simply courting death. Soon, in less than 24 hours, almost all the people of the Black Mountain tribe had left. The entire tribe was disbanded. Only Lord Shan Kuei and 18 of his most loyal subordinates were left behind in the tribe's territory. The old shaman did not leave either. There were only 21 people left in the entire Black Mountain tribe. Including Gu Fei, there were only 22 people left. It was a pitiful sight. The Black Mountain tribe wasn't a weak tribe within 100 miles. It wasn't the strongest, but it was at least a mid-tier tribe. However, in less than a day, the entire tribe had scattered, and only 20 people were left. This also showed how terrifying the existence of the barbarian emperor was in the south. Without waiting for the people of the barbarian emperor to make a move, the Black Mountain tribe disbanded itself. Someone actually dared to kill the envoy? At this time, in the barbarian emperor city that was a few hundred miles away from the Black Mountain tribe, the third son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yao, directly smashed the handle of the throne in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He sat on the throne and glanced at his subordinates in the hall, who were as silent as cicadas in winter. Although the name Barbarian Emperor City was famous, the city was actually not big. It could even be said to be very small. It was a small city, but it was the place where the current barbarian emperor rose to power. The current barbarian emperor of South Barbarian walked out of this small city, and then on the road of becoming a powerful expert, he finally became the supreme emperor who unified the South Barbarian. In the past, the South Barbarian was a place where the gods of the foreign tribes ran amok. The human tribes were divided, and there were many geniuses. However, no one would have thought that the most inconspicuous little guy would be able to overcome all obstacles, fight with all kinds of ambitious people, and finally unify the entire South Barbarian. Therefore, the current barbarian emperor walked out of this small city. The barbarian emperor changed this small city to Barbarian Emperor City and sent his third son to guard this small city. For Man Yao, being sent here by his father was like being demoted, and he was demoted to the bottom, becoming the city lord of a small city. As for his other brothers, each of them was doing well, especially the eldest brother, Man Xiong, who was put in an important position by the barbarian emperor. If there were no accidents, Man Xiong would be the next barbarian emperor. Man Yao knew that he was not inferior to the eldest brother at all, but why was the eldest brother put in an important position, and he came back to guard the ancestral land? This was the ancestral land of the barbarian emperor, but to put it bluntly, it was a remote place. What achievements could one achieve here? Man Yao muddled along in the barbarian emperor city, but now, someone actually killed the special envoy sent by his father, the barbarian emperor. This was a bit interesting. As far as he knew, in the past hundreds of years, no one had ever dared to kill the special envoy sent by his father. Killing the special envoy was equivalent to declaring war on the barbarian emperor. How could a small Black Mountain tribe declare war on the barbarian emperor? It was really stupid and ridiculous. Who is going to destroy the Black Mountain tribe for me? Man Yao glanced at the people in the hall. Your Highness the Third Prince, I am willing to go. A young man dressed in black armor strode out. Xin Chong, very good. Then you will lead 1,000 scarlet armor guards to destroy the Black Mountain tribe. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Man Yao said indifferently. The life and death of a tribe was nothing in his eyes. It was just like killing a group of ants. Yes, General. Xin Chong cupped his fists at Man Yao, then turned around and left. Disperse. Man Yao laid on the throne and waved his hand impatiently at his subordinates in the hall. Everyone bowed to Man Yao and left the hall. Young and arrogant, hee. Be careful not to kick an iron plate. That won't be good. Outside the hall, the crowd dispersed in groups of 2s and 3s. Many of them were discussing in low voices. You're talking about Xin Chong, right? He's a heavenly god. Wouldn't it be easy for him to destroy a small Black Mountain tribe? Someone said disapprovingly. Hee, let's wait and see. The people outside the hall quickly dispersed and went back to do what they were supposed to do. At this moment, Xin Chong led 1,000 scarlet armor guards and rode their scarlet scale colts, charging out of the imperial city like a scarlet gale. At this moment, three powerful auras appeared outside the Black Mountain tribe. It's a foreign god. The old shaman in the front yard of the Black Mountain tribe's divine palace shouted. These three auras surrounded the entire Black Mountain tribe's camp. The one in the southeast was like a divine fire, lighting up half the sky in a fiery red color. The aura in the northwest was incomparably cold and gloomy. Wherever this aura was, snowflakes actually floated down from the sky. On the other hand, the aura in the southwest was full of vitality. Chapter 4902. Before the crimson armor guards of the barbarian emperor city arrived, the gods of the other tribes near the Black Mountain tribe had already arrived. Three powerful auras appeared near the Black Mountain tribe's territory, causing the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, to tremble in fear. Even the old shaman was trembling in fear under the might of the deity. Only Xiaoya remained calm. He's a human. To think that the guardian deity of the Black Mountain tribe is a human. How dare you kill the envoy of the barbarian emperor? You must be tired of living. Three divine wills appeared, and three voices appeared in the minds of the people near the Black Mountain tribe divine temple. Capture this bastard, and it will be a great achievement. He's mine. Don't fight with me over him. A domineering voice rang out in everyone's mind. The fourth godly spirit aura appeared, and a gigantic humanoid beast shadow appeared in the forest outside the Black Mountain tribe. This aura was wild and powerful, and it was stronger than the three auras that had appeared before. Brother Ape is here. Since Brother Ape has spoken, we will not fight with you. The three godly spirits were terrified. One had to know that this godly spirit was the guardian of the heavenly ape tribe. This godly spirit was stronger than the guardian spirits of the Fire Bear tribe, Sky Wolf tribe, and the Golden Lion tribe. The heavenly ape tribe was a mid-tier tribe, and their guardian deity was a heavenly ape. True immortal realm? Within the Black Mountain tribe's holy temple, Gu Fei stood up slowly. Come out and meet your death. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Still not coming out? Then I'll kill these people first. As the voice continued to ring out in Gu Fei's mind, the ground started to shake. Heavy footsteps could be heard from afar. Outside the Black Mountain tribe's holy temple, Shan Kuei and his 18 loyal subordinates were on the verge of tears. What a huge black ape! From the forest outside the tribe, a black ape the size of a small mountain was walking towards them. The tall trees only reached the ape's waist. An extremely powerful, baleful aura erupted from the black ape's body. Even Shan Kuei, the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, was terrified to the extreme. It's the heavenly ape divine spirit of the heavenly ape tribe, the old priest exclaimed. Heavenly ape divinity? When Xiaoya saw the giant ape walking out of the forest, she was frightened. This giant ape was too big. In front of this giant ape, humans were as weak as ants. The guardian deity of the heavenly ape tribe was the strongest deity within a 300-mile radius. The deities of the Sky Wolf tribe, the Fire Bear tribe, and the Golden Lion tribe were just minions of the heavenly ape deity. Shan Kuei and the others despaired when they saw this enormous ape. How could they go against such an enormous beast? This giant ape could trample them all to death with a single stomp. Who are you calling out to die? With his hands behind his back, Gu Fei slowly walked out of the sacred hall. Lord God. When the old shaman saw Gu Fei, he immediately knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Master. Xiaoya hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei as well. Xiaoya, you better watch carefully, Gu Fei said to his new disciple. Yes, master. Xiaoya hurriedly replied. A puny human dares to go against me? You're asking for it. By then, the giant ape had already arrived in front of the Black Mountain tribe's temple. Without another word, it stomped down on the temple. Xiaoya and the old shaman felt the sky darken. The giant ape's foot blocked the entire sky above the temple. Bam! They saw Gu Fei stomp on the ground with his right foot, and the hard bricks beneath his feet crumbled. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky and threw a punch at the giant ape's foot. Gu Fei's fist fiercely smashed into the giant ape's foot, directly piercing through the giant ape's foot and rushing out. Roar! The giant ape let out an earth-shattering roar and stumbled back. What? The three immortals nearby had been watching the show, but when they saw this, they were dumbfounded. The heavenly ape divinity was a true immortal, and yet he was punched through by a puny human? How was this possible? This was unbelievable. Furthermore, they did not feel any yuan qi from this human at all. In the courtyard in front of the divine temple, Xiao Ye and the old shaman were stunned. The giant ape's blood rained down from the sky. Xiao Ye dodged it, but it still drenched the old shaman. Roar! Ouch! The old shaman, who was drenched in the giant ape's blood, screamed in agony. His body began to glow with a faint red light. The giant ape was a true immortal, and its blood contained powerful essence qi. To the old shaman, it was as if he had jumped into a pool of boiling water and was burned by the essence qi contained in the giant ape's blood. What should we do? Xiao Ye looked at the old shaman, who was struggling on the ground. She did not know how to save the old shaman. Give him some inner qi. Gu Fei's voice could be heard from outside the divine temple. Yes, master. Xiao Ye flew forward and struck the old shaman with her palm. Inborn level inner qi surged from her palm and entered the old shaman's body. At this time, outside the divine temple, Gu Fei and the giant ape were engaged in a fierce battle. In front of the incomparably huge ape, Gu Fei was simply too small. Furthermore, his movement speed was also very fast, so the ape could not do anything to him for a while. The heavenly ape divinity was enraged, and the houses in the Black Mountain tribe suffered. Gu Fei's movement speed was very fast. The giant ape couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone injure him. Roar! The heavenly ape divinity roared. In the next moment, the giant ape's body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the giant ape was the same size as Gu Fei. Roar! The heavenly ape divinity roared to the sky and pounded his chest with his fists. He then pounced on Gu Fei in a frenzy. Interesting. Gu Fei also pounced on the heavenly ape divinity. Boom! The two figures collided in an instant, and they were both knocked back by the force of the other's attack. Then, they charged at each other again and fought fiercely. Gu Fei's martial body was extremely strong. Even if he had only cultivated a trace of Wuji Qi, he could still compete with the heavenly ape divinity. Bang! Boom! Dull sounds of impact could be heard. Soon, the heavenly ape divinity was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, and he crashed into a nearby stone house. The heavenly ape divinity was buried in a pile of rubble. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Gu Fei's blood was boiling. His clothes were in tatters, and his left shoulder was scratched by the heavenly ape divinity. Boom! Just then, the pile of rubble exploded, and countless stones flew in all directions. Dozens of them were aimed at the holy sanctum. Gu Fei took a step forward and leaped onto the wall of the holy sanctum. He then threw a punch at the incoming stones. In the next moment, the dozen or so stones that were flying over paused in the void for a moment before directly shattering in the void. Chapter 4903. Gu Fei was fighting a heavenly ape of the heavenly ape tribe. This heavenly ape was a true immortal realm being. Furthermore, this heavenly ape was much stronger than the barbarian king's true immortal realm envoy. This heavenly ape was probably at the peak of the true immortal realm. Boom! At this moment, the entire Black Mountain tribe's holy palace shook violently. The heavenly ape had knocked Gu Fei into the holy palace. The man and the ape broke through the holy temple and rushed to the back mountain of the Black Mountain tribe, the forbidden area of the divine spirits. This was the place where the Black Mountain tribe worshipped their guardian deities. It was a sacred place. Only on specific days of worship could the Black Mountain tribe be led into this forbidden grounds by the high priest. But now, this place had become the battlefield between Gu Fei and the heavenly ape. One man and one ape fell to the ground. The heavenly ape grabbed a huge rock and threw it at Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei was sent flying dozens of meters away by the huge rock. The moment he fell to the ground, he straightened his back and stood up. At the same time, a fist the size of a pot was right in front of him. Damn it! Gu Fei clenched his right hand and punched out to meet the incoming fist. When he punched out, there was a deafening sonic boom in the air. The primordial chi from his fist was very weak, but the power was very strong. Bang! The two fists collided, and in the next moment, two figures were sent flying. Gu Fei smashed through several boulders before he managed to stop himself from retreating. What a strong fella! Gu Fei couldn't help but be impressed. This heavenly ape was definitely a strength-type being. It was hard to believe that this fella's strength was on par with his own. One should know that Gu Fei's martial body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and his cultivation had broken through to the half-step unbounded realm. Logically speaking, his martial body should have been enough to defeat all the living beings in this world. However, the reality was completely different. The creatures in the void realm were much stronger than the creatures in other worlds because the natural laws of this world were too strong and the spirit energy was too abundant. It couldn't be helped. This was talent, given by the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Gu Fei's martial body was also beginning to transform into the limitless martial body. His cultivation was in the midst of transformation. His cultivation did not disappear. It was just transformed. This made Gu Fei almost think that his cultivation had disappeared again. Kill! Gu Fei's feet pushed off the ground, and he once again rushed towards the heavenly ape. The heavenly ape also rushed towards Gu Fei almost at the same time. The man and the ape started fighting again. The dull sounds of collision resounded continuously. The man and the ape were actually evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who was superior. This caused the three gods who were watching the battle from afar to be inexplicably shocked. The three immortal spirits were rejoicing in their hearts. Thankfully, the heavenly ape immortal spirit had made it in time. Otherwise, they would have died in the hands of that human. Bam! Gu Fei's fist landed on the heavenly ape's chest. At the same time, the heavenly ape's claw landed on his shoulder, and the man and the ape separated again. Damn! Gu Fei felt a burning pain on his left shoulder. Needless to say, his left shoulder had been scratched by the sky ape, leaving behind a few bloody scratches. However, the heavenly ape was not feeling well either. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. After being injured, the heavenly ape became even crazier and more bloodthirsty. Roar! The heavenly ape immortal spirit roared at Gu Fei and charged towards Gu Fei. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei went up to meet him. Another fierce battle ensued. Gu Fei realized that the more he fought, the more his potential was stimulated, and the more limitless chi was gathered in his body. The limitless chi in his body was like a small flame. Now, the little flame in his body was burning brighter and brighter. His martial body was like a dusty treasure. At this time, the treasure in Gu Fei's body was gradually being unearthed. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The more the heavenly ape immortal spirit fought, the weaker he became. Soon, Gu Fei sent the heavenly ape immortal spirit flying again. This time, the heavenly ape immortal spirit did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Boom! The heavenly ape divinity was sent flying hundreds of feet away, crashing into the ancient altar. The force of the impact shattered the altar into pieces. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that a sarcophagus rolled out from the broken altar. It seemed that the sarcophagus was sealed in the altar. The heavenly ape crashed into the altar, and the sarcophagus fell out. At this time, Gu Fei did not have time to care about the sarcophagus. He took a step forward, and in an instant, he was above the heavenly ape immortal spirit. Boom! The sky ape divinity, who had just stood up from the pile of rubble, was stomped on the face by Gu Fei, sending him into the ground. Seeing this scene, the three great immortals who were watching from afar were stunned. This human was too strong. He had actually stepped on the heavenly ape immortal spirit. The heavenly ape immortal spirit was the strongest guardian immortal in the tribe within a radius of hundreds of miles. If even the heavenly ape immortal spirit was no match for this human, then the Black Mountain tribe would definitely be no match for him. When that time came, the Black Mountain tribe would become the strongest tribe within a radius of 100 miles. However, the Black Mountain tribe only existed in name. The entire Black Mountain tribe only had a little more than 20 people left, and they could no longer be called a tribe. At this time, Xiaoya, the old high priest, Shang Kuei, and the others were hiding in the holy temple. They could not see the battle in the forbidden area, and they did not know the situation. Powerful waves of yuan qi emanated from the forbidden area, and this terrified Xiao Ye and the others. Gu Fei did not give the heavenly ape any chance to breathe. Rumble. The ground shook, and the heavenly ape that had been stepped on by Gu Fei rushed out from the ground. Fist of the Five Elements. Gu Fei used the Fist of the Five Elements. Without any suspense, the heavenly ape was sent flying. The Wuji Qi in Gu Fei's body increased by quite a bit. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. Gu Fei came in front of the heavenly ape immortal spirit and said coldly, "Roar." The answer to Gu Fei was a roar. In the next moment, the heavenly ape immortal spirit's body grew rapidly, and in a few seconds, he was bigger than a mountain. The huge heavenly ape immortal spirit stomped his foot down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched again, and this time, it penetrated the soul of the heavenly ape immortal spirit's foot. Not going to submit? Then go to hell. Chapter 4904. As Gu Fei battled the sky ape, he became more and more courageous. The more he battled, the more power that had been sealed within his body awakened. At first, it was just a trickle, but as time went on, it became a mighty river. His cultivation did not disappear, but it was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth here. The laws of heaven and earth in the void realm were so strong that even his cultivation was suppressed. If you don't submit, then die. Gu Fei was never one to show mercy to his enemies. He could feel his power recovering, and the feeling of power gave him unparalleled confidence. To this world, he was an outsider. Therefore, the suppression he felt was much stronger than the creatures here. As he gradually understood the laws of heaven and earth here, the suppression would gradually weaken. As Gu Fei battled the sky ape, he devoured the heaven and earth spirit qi in a frenzy. Gradually, the heaven and earth spirit qi tempered his martial body, assimilating with the world. Boom! Gu Fei exploded, and a tyrannical power burst from his body. With a single punch, he sent the mountain-sized sky ape flying. Rumble! The sky ape smashed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The ground shook, and as it slid across the ground, everything in its path was crushed. Roar! The sky ape roared and struggled to get up from the ground, coughing up blood. How can this be? You! The sky ape was shocked. This human was too abnormal. The more he fought, the stronger he became. At first, he could still fight with this guy, but now, he was being suppressed. Five Elements Fist. Gu Fei struck a fist stance, and the yuan qi in his body turned into 5 colors, quickly turning into the 5 elements qi. The sky ape took a deep breath, and his stomach swelled up. A ball of lightning appeared in his abdomen, and that ball of lightning surged up his throat. Boom! The sky ape opened its mouth and spat out a blinding ball of lightning at Gu Fei, blasting at Gu Fei. It was a ball of lightning that was incomparably huge. It was as if a divine sun had descended from the heavens. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the heavenly ape's body. At this time, the heavenly ape's gigantic body was filled with countless electric sparks. I'll suck. Gu Fei circulated his mysterious art as a powerful devouring force surged from his body. He extended his right hand and blocked the ball of lightning that was hurtling towards him. Pi pi pa pa pa. The lightning that exploded from the ball of lightning were like silver snakes. They slithered along Gu Fei's arm and instantly wrapped around his body, crawling all over his body. If it was an ordinary deity, how would they dare to contend against this destructive lightning? It was too late to dodge, but not only did Gu Fei single-handedly block the massive lightning ball, he was also devouring its power. Traces of electricity were swallowed into Gu Fei's body, and then turned into his own limitless qi. The lightning ball that Gu Fei had blocked with his right hand was constantly shrinking, and the powerful and violent lightning energy within the lightning ball was constantly being devoured and absorbed by him. All right. Seeing this, the heavenly ape reached out and pulled up a big tree next to it and threw it at Gu Fei. The big tree crossed over a dozen miles of the void and instantly smashed in front of Gu Fei. It was about to hit him. However, at this moment, the big tree was struck by a bolt of lightning from the lightning ball. In an instant, it turned into ashes and dissipated into the void. The heavenly ape charged straight at Gu Fei. The ground shook under its heavy footsteps, and everything in its path was smashed into pieces. The heavenly ape instantly rushed in front of Gu Fei and slapped Gu Fei. The sky above Gu Fei's head was shrouded by the giant hand, and dazzling electric sparks emerged from the heavenly ape's hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavenly ape's hand slapped Gu Fei into the ground, leaving a huge palm print on the ground. Dead? The three deities who were watching the battle from afar were extremely excited. If the heavenly ape killed this human, they would benefit from it as well. This human killed the three envoys sent by the barbarian emperor. Moreover, they had already received news that the general of the barbarian emperor city, Xiancheng, was leading 1,000 red armor guards towards them. They were the most elite soldiers in the barbarian emperor city. Any random red armor guard was an innate realm expert, and Xiancheng was even more powerful. Xiancheng was a heavenly god. The heaven god mirror was an absolute expert. At least within 1,000 miles of the barbarian emperor city, no one was a match for Xiancheng. The third master of the barbarian emperor city had actually sent Xiancheng to the Black Mountain tribe with the red armor guards. This was enough to prove how important this matter was to the third master. Third master was the third son of the barbarian emperor. His status was extremely high. However, they were disappointed the next moment. The giant palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. That person was none other than Gu Fei. At this moment, he had completely devoured the electric ball. A violent aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. What? The heavenly ape was taken aback. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly appeared above the heavenly ape's head and stomped down on it. Bam! Gu Fei's foot landed on the heavenly ape's head, causing the mountain-like heavenly ape to kneel on the ground. The heavenly ape was fierce. He stretched out his hand and swatted at Gu Fei above his head, as if he was swatting a fly. However, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky, dodged the attack, and disappeared into the void. Not even the heavenly ape could sense where Gu Fei was. Cunning bastard! The heavenly ape was shocked and furious. Bam! Without warning, Gu Fei appeared behind the heavenly ape and landed a punch on the heavenly ape's back. This punch caused the heavenly ape to fall forward. Even if the heavenly ape was stronger than he was, he could not take it anymore. Gu Fei's punch almost broke his spine. Kill. Gu Fei did not want to waste time with this guy, so he decided to use his trump card. Stop fighting. I am willing to submit. The heavenly ape could feel the terrifying wave of yuan qi coming from Gu Fei, and he could not help but panic and beg for mercy. At least you know what's good for you. Go and capture those three guys. Gu Fei gave the order to the heavenly ape. What? After hearing Gu Fei's words, the three guys who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. Without thinking, they turned around and fled. But who could escape from the heavenly ape divinity? Chapter 4905. Gu Fei subdued the true god Tianyuan and ordered him to capture the guardian deities of the Fire Bear tribe and the other two tribes. He didn't hold back at all. He directly placed a restrictive technique on the four of them. As long as they showed any disloyalty, he would only need a single thought to destroy their bodies and souls. Tianyuan and the others were the supreme deities of their respective tribes. They were high above the masses and ruled over the lives and deaths of the entire tribe. Who would have thought that they would become the captives of the human race today? Tianyuan had wanted to feign surrender, but now that the human had cast a restriction spell on him, he had no choice but to obey the human's orders. By now, the entire Black Mountain tribe's sacrificial grounds were completely destroyed. The altar was smashed by Tianyuan, and the stone coffin hidden within the altar was revealed. Gu Fei was curious about the sarcophagus, so he asked Tianyuan to move the sarcophagus out of the ruins. There was no aura coming from the stone coffin. It was so natural that even Gu Fei could not tell which side of the coffin was the lid. Trying to be mysterious, Gu Fei punched out. Bam! A fist mark appeared on the stone coffin. Cracks appeared around the fist mark. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, The cracks on the stone coffin were disappearing. In just a few seconds, the cracks and fist mark on the stone coffin were gone. It can repair itself? Gu Fei was even more interested in the stone coffin now. Could it be? Tian Yuan's face turned ugly. He was the guardian deity of the Sky Ape tribe, and he was a true god. His knowledge was not something any ordinary deity could compare to. What do you know? Gu Fei looked at Tian Yuan and asked. This guy had returned to his normal form. This stone coffin, could it be the legendary eternal coffin? Tian Yuan's voice was trembling. Eternal coffin? The Fire Bear tribe and the others were shocked. How could this be? The Fire Bear tribe stammered. Eternal coffin? What's that? Gu Fei curiously looked at the stone coffin in front of him. The sarcophagus was not big, and it seemed to be made of ordinary rock. There was nothing special about it. Moreover, the sarcophagus was not big, and it was less than 3 meters long. Compared to the other coffins Gu Fei had seen, it was pitifully small. This longevity coffin is a legend of the southern barbarians. It's very strange. Tian Yuan pondered for a moment and said, What kind of evil technique? Gu Fei was even more curious. It is rumored that this longevity coffin has the miraculous power to bring the dead back to life. Even if it is a living being that has died countless years ago, as long as its corpse remains, it will be able to come back to life after being buried in the longevity coffin. Tian Yuan continued, There's such a thing? Hearing this, Gu Fei could not help but be even more curious. A stone coffin could actually bring people back to life? It's just a legend. However, the strange thing is that all the people who obtained the longevity coffin seem to experience unimaginable and terrifying things in the end. Tian Yuan looked at the sarcophagus on the ground in horror. It's just a sarcophagus. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei really despised these guys. They were actually scared by a mere sarcophagus. Master, don't be skeptical. If this sarcophagus is really the legendary longevity coffin, I think it's better if we don't touch it, Tian Yuan said. They were really afraid of this sarcophagus, and it was definitely not faked. I'd like to see if this sarcophagus is really that strange, Gu Fei said as he punched the sarcophagus on the ground again. Master. Seeing this, Tian Yuan and the others were immediately frightened. Bam! Gu Fei's fist slammed hard on the sarcophagus on the ground. In the next moment, the sarcophagus shook, and another fist mark appeared on it. However, this fist mark also disappeared very quickly. It's really a bit strange. Gu Fei was a little moved. He had used the limitless qi in this punch, which was a supreme qi that was a level higher than the primordial chaos qi. Because infinite qi could be transformed into infinity, which meant that infinite qi could be transformed into any qi in the world. Naturally, it could be transformed into primordial chaos qi. It actually devoured my qi? Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. This sarcophagus was really strange, and it could actually devour infinite qi. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Tian Yuan and the other deities were also shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei did not say anything. He walked forward and pressed his hand on the sarcophagus. In the next moment, Gu Fei seemed to see countless scenes flashing before his eyes. However, these scenes were very blurry. It was as if there was a figure standing between heaven and earth, facing the endless army in front of him, one man and one blade, killing his way into the army. Unparalleled heroism, even Gu Fei was moved. In the end, this person died in battle, and someone buried him in a sarcophagus. The scenes that appeared before Gu Fei's eyes flashed, and even Gu Fei himself was shocked. Could it be that there really was a great hero who died in battle and was buried in this sarcophagus? Was this the secret of the longevity sarcophagus? Gu Fei quickly retracted his hand from the sarcophagus. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the sarcophagus in front of him with a very serious expression. How was he going to take this sarcophagus away? He still could not sense his own inner world because the power he had awakened was very limited. He could not even sense his own inner world. Without being able to sense the existence of his inner world, he could not open it. Move this sarcophagus back to the sage palace first, Gu Fei said to Tian Yuan and the other deities. Tian Yuan and the other deities hesitated. They really did not want to touch this extremely strange sarcophagus. Gu Fei was immediately displeased. Yes, master. Seeing that Gu Fei was angry, Tian Yuan and the other deities could only bite the bullet. Just as they moved the sarcophagus into the sage palace of the Black Mountain tribe, the sound of hooves could be heard from outside. A group of scarlet cavalry charged in from outside the Black Mountain tribe like dazzling flames. The leader of the group was a young warrior. This warrior's aura was incomparably strong. He rode on a scarlet scale colt, held a spear in his hand, and was clad in battle armor. He looked very majestic. The leader of the Black Mountain tribe, Shan Kuei, immediately cowered when he saw this group of warriors. He immediately led his men and retreated to the entrance of the sage palace. Kill! The leader of the warriors waved his arm and called out. The dozens of scarlet armor guards behind him immediately spurred their horses forward, brandishing their weapons at Shan Kuei and the others. How dare the people of the Black Mountain tribe kill the special envoy of the barbarian sovereign? They deserve to die. Xin Chong was very direct and decisive. How could Shan Kuei's men be a match for the scarlet armor guards? 5 or 6 of them were immediately killed. This shocked and angered Shan Kuei. It's the scarlet armor guards of the barbarian sovereign city. We're dead meat. Chapter 4906. Barbarian Emperor City was not a big city. It was located in a remote area and could not be compared to the bustling cities of the human race. However, Barbarian Emperor City had an advantage that no other city in southern Barbarian could compare to, and that was, Barbarian Emperor City was the birthplace of the current Barbarian Emperor. The current Barbarian Emperor had walked out of the Barbarian Imperial City. He had gone through countless dangers and unimaginable hardships. A young man who had walked out of the Barbarian Imperial City had relied on his own efforts and hard work to become the ruler of the countless tribes in the southern Barbarian land. The history of the current Barbarian Emperor's growth was the history of a loser's struggle. Barbarian Emperor City was originally a small city, and it was not originally called Barbarian Emperor City. It was only because of the current Barbarian Emperor that it was renamed to Barbarian Emperor City. In the eyes of countless people in southern Barbarian, Barbarian Emperor City was a special envoy. Especially the Red Armor Guards, they were the strongest soldiers within 1,000 miles radius of Barbarian Emperor City. The leader of the Red Armor Guards was called Xin Chong. This guy was also a cruel and merciless person. In the area ruled by Barbarian Emperor City, if there was any resistance, he would immediately lead the Red Armor Guards to annihilate the tribe. Under such an iron rule, countless human tribes around Barbarian Emperor City dared not speak up for fear of offending Xin Chong. But Gu Fei's killing of the Barbarian Emperor's special envoy was like piercing the heavens. This Xin Chong directly led 1,000 Red Armor Guards to the Black Mountain tribe. Xin Chong did not waste any time. He immediately started killing the Black Mountain tribe. However, what surprised him was that almost all of the Black Mountain tribe's people ran away. There were only 20 people left, and he was not happy that he could not start a massacre. Kill them all. Xin Chong sat on the red scale horse and said proudly, "Yes, Lord General." The Crimson Armor Guards behind him responded in unison with an imposing manner. The Red Armor Guards' combat power was not just for show. They killed 5 or 6 of Shan Kuei's subordinates in one move, which shocked and angered Shan Kuei. At this time, Tian Yuan and the other 3 deities walked out of the Black Mountain tribe's temple. The Scarlet Armor Guards immediately retreated because the auras of these 4 deities were incomparably strong, especially Tian Yuan, who was a true God realm expert. Tian Yuan and the others had no choice but to come out. They had no choice but to come out, unless they wanted to die. So it's you 4 pieces of trash. Xin Chong had long sensed the 4 fellows in the sacred hall. He was surprised to see them come out. Lord Xin. Tian Yuan didn't even dare to look at Xin Chong, who was riding on the red-scaled colt. Do you want to end it yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Xin Chong looked coldly at Tian Yuan and the others and said indifferently. He didn't put these guys in his eyes at all. These guys might be supreme rulers in their respective tribes, but in his eyes, they were just a bunch of trash. What? Tian Yuan and the rest's expressions changed drastically. Xiancheng was a heavenly god. They were no match for him at all. If their master didn't do anything, they would be dead meat. What an arrogant fellow. He actually dared to ask my subordinate to commit suicide? At that moment, a voice rang out from within the sacred hall. Who is it? Come out and face your death. Xiancheng was enraged. It had been a long time since anyone dared to act presumptuously in front of him within a 1,000-mile radius of the barbarian emperor city. This fellow was dead meat. Who the hell do you think you are? Why would I come out just because you asked me to? The voice continued to resound in the sacred hall. At this moment, Tian Yuan and the rest of the deities were already trembling in fear. The heavenly god aura that erupted from Xiancheng's body was just too strong. The scarlet armor guards behind Xiancheng also retreated far away. Kill! Xiancheng roared and leaped from his scarlet scale horse, charging into the sacred hall. However, in the next moment, there was a muffled sound, and then a red figure was directly blasted out of the sacred hall. Boom! It smashed into a stone house 20 or 30 meters away, causing dust to fly into the air. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lord General, the 1,000 scarlet armor guards were even more dumbfounded. The person that flew out from the sacred hall of the Black Mountain tribe was their Lord General. How is this possible? Tian Yuan and the rest of the deities were also dumbfounded. It could not be helped. The scene was just too shocking and unbelievable. Xiancheng was the god of slaughter of the barbarian emperor city. With his heavenly god cultivation base, there were not many living beings in the entire barbarian emperor city that could fight against him. However, their master had actually sent Xiancheng, the god of death, flying. In fact, the person who was the most shocked was Xiaoya, who had always been beside Gu Fei. This was because no one could see it more clearly than her. When Xiancheng pounced in, her master had actually grabbed the sarcophagus on the ground and sent Xiancheng flying with it. The stone coffin in Gu Fei's hands was like an extra-large brick. After Gu Fei used the stone coffin to smash Xiancheng, he did not put it down. Instead, he continued to hold it in his hand. Roar! An angry roar came from the ruins of the stone house. In the next moment, the entire stone house exploded. Countless rocks flew in all directions. Some of the rocks were directly turned into dust by the burst of yuan qi. Xiancheng rushed out from the rubble. He was furious. He was sent flying as soon as he made a move. It was too embarrassing. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Xiancheng roared and charged at Gu Fei. His eyes were bloodshot. With a flip of his right hand, a giant halberd appeared in his hand. In an instant, he arrived in the sky above the sacred hall. Go to hell. Xiancheng swung the halberd in his hand with all his might and slashed at the figure in the sacred hall below. Buzz! The halberd in Xiancheng's hand let out a buzzing sound. Endless yuan qi poured down from the halberd. Before the halberd could even strike, the ground below was already filled with sand and stones. Shan Kuei and the others were already scared out of their wits. Even Tian Yuan and the other three deities were shocked. They hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. Even the red armor guards, who had retreated far away, were in an uproar. Compared to Xiancheng's ferocious and domineering ways, Gu Fei remained calm and collected. He protected Xiaoya behind him and grabbed the stone coffin, smashing it at Xiancheng, who was descending from the sky like a god of death. Boom! Xiancheng's desperate strike landed on the stone coffin. Sparks flew in all directions as the halberd's blade sank into the stone coffin. What's going on? In the next moment, Xiancheng turned pale with fright. The yuan qi in his body was being continuously absorbed by the stone coffin. He wanted to retract the halberd, but his hands sank. The halberd was stuck in the stone coffin and could not be retracted. Xiancheng could only make a prompt decision. He let go of the halberd and flew backward. He stared at the stone coffin in Gu Fei's hand in extreme shock. You are only SOSO. Gu Fei reached out and pulled out the halberd that was stuck in the stone coffin. He saw that the hole in the stone coffin was repairing itself at a visible speed. Longevity coffin? Chapter 4907. The longevity coffin was a legend of Nanman, a legend about the rise of the human race. In the distant past, Nanman was the world of countless foreign deities, and the human race was just a slave enslaved by the foreign deities. However, a human powerhouse appeared out of nowhere and fought a bloody battle. In the end, he swept across the entire Nanman with his own strength and suppressed the entire Nanman, becoming the first barbarian emperor of Nanman. The longevity coffin was the coffin of the first barbarian emperor of the human race. At that time, everyone in the human race hoped that this great hero could be reborn. Therefore, when the barbarian emperor of the human race died, the human race buried his body in the longevity coffin. As for whether the barbarian emperor of the human race, who swept across Nanman and killed so many foreign deities, was reborn in the end, no one knew. That was because the longevity coffin had appeared too long ago. Moreover, it was an unfathomable mystery. In the present world, no one knew the ins and outs of the longevity coffin. However, everyone who had obtained the longevity coffin seemed to have met a tragic end. How is this possible? High up in the sky, Xian Chong stared at the stone coffin in Gu Fei's hand, his voice trembling. This stone coffin was extremely strange. It could actually repair itself. The hole on the stone coffin that was cut by Xian Chong's halberd had completely disappeared. At this time, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei actually defeated Xian Chong, a Heaven Realm powerhouse. Could he be stronger than a Heaven Realm powerhouse? Thinking of this, whether it was Xiaoya, the old shaman in the sacred hall, or Shan Kuei and the others outside the sacred hall, they were all surprised and delighted. When Gu Fei killed the barbarian emperor's envoy, they were scared to death. One must know that the barbarian emperor was the ruler of Nanman, the strongest existence in Nanman. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Killing the envoy was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, the entire Black Mountain tribe fled, and the entire tribe was finished. Who would have thought that Gu Fei was a wolf in sheep's clothing? He actually had such powerful combat power. Even Xian Chong seemed to be no match for him. If those who left knew about this, their intestines would probably turn green with regret. Haha, I didn't expect the longevity coffin to appear here. If I can offer it to the barbarian emperor, won't I soar? Xian Chong's expression changed several times before he suddenly laughed out loud. He was proud and arrogant. So how could he be willing to stay in a remote place like barbarian Imperial City? Offering up the longevity coffin was definitely a rare opportunity for him to leave the wildlands. That's a good idea, but do you have the ability to take this sarcophagus from me? Gu Fei placed the longevity coffin on the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. Then, he smiled at Xian Chong, who was up in the sky. Little fellow, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You think you're invincible just because you took advantage of me? What a joke. As Xian Chong spoke, he flipped his right hand and a large bow immediately appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and drew the bow. In the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy frantically gathered towards the man and the bow. 3 spiritual arrows condensed from the spiritual energy of the world appeared on the bow. Powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations erupted from the man and the bow. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Xian Chong became the most eye-catching existence. However, Gu Fei remained calm. With a wave of his hand, he sent Xiaoya and the old high priest out of the sacred hall. If they were affected by the shock waves of a battle of this level, the two of them would definitely die. He pulled out the halberd beside him and looked coldly at Xian Chong in the sky. Kill. Xian Chong exhaled and released his hand. 3 dazzling arrows shot towards Gu Fei in the sacred hall. The arrows were like meteors chasing after the moon, descending from the sky. Then I'll play with you. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved the halberd in his hand to block the arrows. Clang! One of the arrows was shattered by the halberd in Gu Fei's hand. As for the other 2 arrows, one brushed past his forehead, while the other hit his left shoulder. However, what shocked Xian Chong was that the arrow that hit Gu Fei only pushed Gu Fei back a few steps before shattering. It did not harm Gu Fei at all. My martial body has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. How can a mere arrow formed from spiritual energy hurt me? As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky and charged towards Xian Chong. His aura was imposing and his murderous aura was shocking. Damn it! Xian Chong moved quickly in the sky and kept drawing his bow. He shot one sharp arrow after another at Gu Fei. Gu Fei brandished his halberd and smashed all the incoming arrows away. He strode in the air and caught up to Xin Chong in an instant. He swung his halberd at Xin Chong's head. What? Xin Chong was taken aback. In the next moment, he moved several meters to the side and dodged Gu Fei's halberd. Huh. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Xin Chong's ability to escape was not bad. Looks like I have to be more serious. At this moment, Xin Chong seemed to have changed into a different person. He gave off a cold aura and a terrifying wave of yuan qi erupted from his body. This is your true strength. Gu Fei did not continue to attack. At least you know what's good for you. Xin Chong sneered. His ambition was higher than the heavens. He actually sealed his own cultivation. He sealed his own cultivation to the Xiantian realm, then to the heavenly god realm, and then sealed his own cultivation to the heavenly deity realm. He used this method to accumulate experience and power. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he would break through to the divine king realm and become a divine king. This method was the safest way to break through to the divine king realm. He followed the third son of the barbarian king temporarily. He was very ambitious and was not willing to stay in this small place. Swoosh. At this moment, Xin Chong seemed to have turned into a divine eagle. With a shake of his arms, he disappeared into the void with extreme speed. Huh. Gu Fei was taken aback. Before he could even react, he felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. His entire body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, filling the air with dust. Roar. Xin Chong's figure appeared again. Both of his palms slammed towards the place where Gu Fei fell. Green palm prints fell from the sky. Rumble. The earth shook. The soil was thrown into the air, and a huge crater was formed on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Could Gu Fei still survive such a fierce attack? Still not dead? Xin Chong slammed dozens of palms before he stopped. He was panting heavily. Even a heavenly god like him would find it hard to endure after slamming dozens of palms with all his might. Seeing this scene, Tian Yuan and the other three divine beings were dumbfounded. They could not even withstand a single palm from Xin Chong. Oh no. Chapter 4908. Gu Fei was actually blasted down from the sky by Xin Chong, who had suddenly erupted. The halberd in his hand had already flown to God knows where. Moreover, Xin Chong had attacked with all his strength and had consecutively sent dozens of palm strikes towards the place where Gu Fei had fallen. He wanted to kill Gu Fei in one fell swoop. Dust filled the air as Xin Chong blasted a huge crater in the ground. You're not dead yet? Xin Chong panted heavily. He was very confident in his cultivation. He wasn't an ordinary heavenly god. Sigh, I really won't die. At this moment, a sigh came from the pit on the ground. Then, a figure walked out of the pit step by step. It was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was covered in dust. His clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dust. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured, but it was obvious that it was only a small injury. Gu Fei shook off the dust on his body and pointed his middle finger at Xin Chong. What? Xin Chong was both shocked and angry. He wasn't this guy's match earlier because he hadn't undone his seal. But now that he had undone his seal, he still couldn't take care of this guy? The four deities were overjoyed to see that Gu Fei was fine. Die. Xin Chong didn't waste any time and charged down from the sky. Good timing. Gu Fei spread his legs and got into a horse stance, then threw a punch at Xin Chong. Stomp. Xin Chong's right leg was like a venomous snake, aiming for Gu Fei's head. His foot was already in front of Gu Fei before Gu Fei's fist energy could explode. This surprised Gu Fei. Xin Chong's strength and speed were worlds apart from when this guy first attacked. It was as if he was a completely different person. Gu Fei tilted his head to the side to avoid his opponent's foot, but his opponent's left leg followed him like a shadow, ruthlessly kicking him in the chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei flew out again. Boom! He smashed through the high walls of the Black Mountain tribe and rolled out. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The ups and downs of the battle were too great. At the beginning, Gu Fei had crushed Xin Chong and sent him flying. Now, It was Xin Chang's turn to explode and send Gu Fei flying. What was going on? The emotions of the four deities were also fluctuating along with the battle. At this moment, they were already in the same boat as Gu Fei. If Gu Fei was killed by Xin Chang, they would be buried with him. Hence, they could only pray that Gu Fei would defeat Xin Chang. Sigh, not bad. Let's continue. Gu Fei walked through the hole in the wall, patted the dust off his body, and soared into the sky again. He had an incomparably strong martial body. Xin Chang's attack did not cause much damage to him. On the other hand, his martial body was constantly devouring Xin Chang's vitality. Just like that, the dormant power in Gu Fei's body was gradually awakening. It was as if he had a super treasure, but he could not find the key to open it. Now, he seemed to have found the key. What? Xin Chang couldn't help but be moved. Even a heavenly god would die if he was hit by his heart-piercing kick just now. Why does this guy look like he's fine? I don't believe I can't kill you. Xin Chang was furious. This guy who came out of nowhere had provoked him again and again. He had lost all his face in front of his subordinates. Divine Eagle Wings. Mountain Quaking Strike. Xin Chang once again transformed into a divine eagle and increased his speed to the extreme. He appeared above Gu Fei's head in an instant. In the next moment, his fists smashed down on Gu Fei's head. Roar. Gu Fei roared and met the attack with his fists. Boom. Fist against fist, Gu Fei fell from the sky from Xin Chang's mountain quaking fist. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground and created a huge pit. Xin Chang was also sent flying by Gu Fei's fist energy. However, in the next moment, Xin Chang directly pounced on Gu Fei from the sky. The two of them fought their way into the ground. The ground undulated like waves and cracks appeared on the ground. Even the Black Mountain Tribe's sacred hall was on the verge of collapse. In Xin Chang's eyes, Gu Fei was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how powerful his attacks were, he couldn't seriously injure this guy. This made Xin Chang extremely depressed. The most unbearable thing for Xin Chang was that he had suffered a few punches from this guy. These punches caused his blood to boil, and he almost vomited blood. Unknowingly, Xin Chang didn't even know how much of his yuan qi had been sucked away by Gu Fei. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Boom. Two figures broke through the ground and rushed out. Heaven Quaking Fist, Heaven Quaking Fist. Xin Chang directly used his trump card. His entire body turned into a ball of green light, like a green sun, and rushed towards Gu Fei. I'll grab it. Gu Fei extended his right hand and directly grabbed the ball of green light. He grabbed the fist hidden in the green light. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei felt an unprecedented force colliding with his opponent's fist. His entire body trembled a few times because of the opponent's fist force. He wanted to dissolve the opponent's fist force, but the fist force was too strong. Gu Fei was sent flying again. Boom, 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 boom. He crashed through 2 stone houses in a row and then into a third stone house. He was directly buried under the rubble of the collapsed stone house. Is he dead now? This battle made Xin Chang doubt his life. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. His opponent's cultivation level was not high, but he had an incomparably strong body. The green light on Xin Chang's body began to dissipate. He felt like his body was being hollowed out after that punch. Master. Tian Yuan and the other deities almost couldn't help but flee when they saw this scene. Master. Tears welled up in Xiao Yu's eyes. As for the old high priest, he was already paralyzed on the ground. The general is mighty. The general is invincible. The 1,000 red troopers cheered loudly when they saw this. Their general was still the best after all. That guy had overestimated himself and dared to fight with their general. It's over. It's all over. Shan Kuei and his subordinates were in complete despair. However, at this moment, the sound of a stone rolling was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the pile of rubble that Gu Fei was buried in move. Then, an arm reached out from the rubble. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground when they saw this. He's not dead? How is this possible? Chapter 4909. You still can't kill this guy? Xin Chong was dumbfounded. He had used every ounce of strength he had in that punch, but it still couldn't kill this guy. How else could he fight? At this moment, the pile of rubble started to shake and rocks started to roll down. A man climbed out from the rubble. Who else could it be other than Gu Fei? Tui. After climbing out of the rubble, Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on a rock, panting. His right hand was bent in a strange way. It was obvious that many of the bones in his arm had been broken. However, his right arm was constantly vibrating. The bones in his arm were returning to their original position, and his muscles were rapidly growing and healing. In just a few seconds, Gu Fei's right arm had completely recovered, as if it had never been injured in the first place. Seeing Gu Fei's terrifying recovery speed, everyone was dumbfounded. This was the legendary Undying Body. Even a God King's recovery speed couldn't be this freakish. Hey, that guy in red, don't be a man or a woman. Show me what you got. Gu Fei sat on the rubble and said to Xin Chong in the sky. You. Xin Chong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Tian Yuan and the other three deities were surprised and overjoyed, but they didn't dare to laugh. No one had ever dared to speak to Xin Chong like that. He was a god of death. Who would dare to be impudent in front of him? Was he tired of living? If you don't make a move. Sigh, let's rest for a while. Gu Fei wanted to make a move, but he hadn't completely refined Xin Chong's yuan qi that had entered his body. His blood and qi were still roiling. Who the hell are you? Xin Chong was truly stunned by Gu Fei. At the same time, he was secretly recovering his yuan qi, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi was gathering towards him. You don't have the right to know who I am. Since you're not going to make a move, it's my turn. As Gu Fei spoke, he stood up from the pile of rubble. Preposterous. Xin Chong was both shocked and angry. He took out something that looked like a carrot and took a few bites. A faint medicinal fragrance filled the air. He put away the carrot, and in the next moment, his face turned red. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all steaming. Fire ginseng? When Gu Fei saw this, he was shocked. A radish-sized fire ginseng must have grown for at least 10,000 years. The medicinal potency it condensed was absolutely terrifying. This guy actually ate the 10,000 years fire ginseng like a carrot? After eating the 10,000-year fire ginseng, Xin Chong's body was undergoing astonishing changes. His natal yuan qi was yin qi, but this 10,000-year fire ginseng was yang qi. If yin and yang appeared on the same person at the same time, then there would be a problem. Yin and yang gathered in his body. Two completely opposite types of qi clashed and intertwined in Xin Chong's body, causing the qi in his body to multiply. You actually forced me to use this move. Your death was worth it. Xin Chong grinned at Gu Fei. One moment, his face was as red as a branding iron, and the next moment, it was as pale as black ice. It was extremely strange. However, the essence qi that erupted from Xin Chong's body was unprecedentedly powerful. Tsk, I know this move of yours too. As Gu Fei spoke, the qi in his body quickly transformed into yin and yang qi. His face turned red from time to time, then white from time to time. You, how is this possible? When Xin Chong saw this, he was really shocked. This was his unique move. How could the other party know it too? Moreover, this guy didn't eat the 10,000-year fire ginseng. Could it be that he had cultivated yin and yang qi in his body? Kill. Xin Chong roared in anger and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. He didn't care too much about Gu Fei. He just wanted to kill this guy first. He struck out with his palm, and yin and yang qi gathered in his palm before exploding out. Eat my yin-yang blazing palm. Xin Chong roared, and the violent palm force instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Have a taste of my yin-yang fist. Gu Fei grinned and also punched out. His punch was different from Xin Chong's fist technique. His fist force was drawn but not released, directly breaking through Xin Chong's mighty fist force. Bang! Gotcha! The two fists instantly collided, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Xin Chong screamed and was sent flying. This time, the battle situation was reversed again. Now, it was Xin Chong's turn to be abused by Gu Fei. With just one punch, Xin Chong's right arm was broken by Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? Xin Chong roared like a madman. In my opinion, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up to Xian Chong. Then, he punched out again. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on Xian Chong's chest, causing it to collapse. Xian Chong was sent flying more than 10 zhang away and directly smashed into a stone house. What goes around comes around. This time, it was Xian Chong's turn to be buried under the collapsed stone house. Now you feel good, right? Gu Fei maintained his punching posture and said with a solemn expression, Lord General, seeing Xian Chong being sent flying by Gu Fei's punch and buried under the rubble, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The two deputy generals immediately led their men and rushed towards the collapsed stone house. The iron hooves of the red-scaled colts caused the ground to shake and dust to fly. These soldiers were not bad. To be able to train such a troop of soldiers, Xian Chong did indeed have some ability. The two deputy generals jumped down from their horses and rushed forward to move the stones. The red-armored guards also got down from their horses and rushed forward. The people of the Black Mountain tribe lived in stone houses. They used materials from the local area. These were not ordinary stones, but black rocks that were extremely hard. Being buried under these black rocks was definitely not a comfortable thing. The group of red-armored guards quickly moved the stones away and rescued Xian Chong, who was buried under the stones. At this moment, Xian Chong was in an extremely sorry state. His right arm was broken, his chest was caved in, and his body was covered in blood. He was half dead. However, because he was a heavenly god, he wouldn't die even if he suffered such a serious injury. However, he didn't have a terrifying recovery ability like Gu Fei. If he wanted to recover, he would need at least 1 to 2 weeks. General, the two deputy generals carefully carried Xian Chong out. Go. Xian Chong spat out these 2 words from his throat. Front team, clear the path. Back team, defend. One of the deputy generals roared, and the 1,000 red-armored guards quickly got on their horses and started moving. Haha, Gu Fei laughed. You still want to leave at this time? Do you think I'm invisible? Gu Fei said while laughing. At this moment, the red-armored guards' faces were very solemn. They immediately protected Xian Chong and retreated. What are you waiting for? It's your turn. Gu Fei said to Tian Yuan and the other 3 who were watching the show. Yes, master. Chapter 49:10. Trying to escape just because you can't win? Xian Chong was too naive. He was the god of death within 1,000 miles of the barbarian emperor city. As long as a tribe offended him, there would only be one outcome: annihilation by him. However, today, he wanted to bring the Red Armor Guards to destroy the Black Mountain tribe. Who would have thought that a freak would appear and defeat him? Thus, he was out of luck. At this time, the 1,000 Red Armor Guards quickly retreated under the command of the 2 deputies. However, under Gu Fei's command, Tian Yuan and the other 3 deities charged towards the Red Armor Guards. Roar! The sky ape instantly transformed into a giant ape that was even bigger than a mountain. He directly stomped on the Scarlet Armor Guard. What? When the Scarlet Armor Guard saw this scene, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. All the Scarlet Armor Guards scrambled to hide in all directions. Boom! As the giant ape's foot landed, more than a dozen Red Armor Guards could not dodge in time and were crushed into meat paste along with their horses. Damn it! A deputy general of the Scarlet Armor Guard bellowed. He leaped up from his horse and charged towards the giant ape. This was a true God Realm expert. In the Void Realm, only true God Realm beings could be called true deities. Boom! The deputy punched out and blocked the giant ape's palm. Powerful Yuan Qi rippled out in all directions. The surrounding Red Armor Guards were shaken by this force and were in a sorry state. At this time, Hua Xiong, Tian Lang, and Jin Shi were also making their moves. These 3 were revered as deities by their respective tribes, so they naturally had some skills. Hua Xiong, in particular, spat out a fireball towards the Red Armor Guards. Boom! With a loud bang, the fireball blasted into the midst of the Red Armor Guards and exploded. The fire instantly enveloped an area of more than 100 feet in radius. 20 to 30 Red Armor Guards were engulfed by the fire. They screamed and struggled in the sea of fire, but were soon burned to ashes. The heavenly wolf had a pair of wings. With a flap of its wings, astral winds howled, and countless scarlet guards were swept into the air. Then, they fell from the sky. If they weren't smashed to death, they were at least half dead. The golden lion, on the other hand, was extremely ferocious. It directly rushed into the midst of the red armor guards and killed them with a single claw. The armor of the red armor guards was as fragile as paper under the golden lion's sharp claws. "You guys protect the general and jump. We'll cover the rear." Another deputy general roared at the dozen bodyguards beside him. "My lord, you..." The dozen or so personal guards were all shocked, because they knew very well that the people who stayed behind might not be able to survive, because the guy who defeated the general had not made a move yet. "Let's go. Do you want us to be wiped out?" The deputy general roared. "Yes, my lord." A dozen bodyguards immediately rushed out, protecting Xin Chong. No one would have thought that they would have to flee like stray dogs after coming here in such a menacing manner. Gu Fei didn't care about this. He directly turned and walked into the sacred hall. He then took a bath at the back of the sacred hall and changed into a clean set of clothes before walking out again. In the battle with Xin Chong, he had once again activated a small portion of the power that had been sealed in his body for a long time. His cultivation base still couldn't be judged by the cultivation realms in the Void Realm. "Master, Lord Deity." Xiao Ye and the old shaman came up to him. "How is it?" Gu Fei asked. "Xin Chong escaped." Xiao Ye carefully looked at Gu Fei and said, "Master, why did you let Xin Chong go?" Xiao Ye was puzzled. "He's just a kid. I didn't intend to kill him." Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently. But Xiao Ye wanted to say more, but she swallowed her words. Her master naturally had his reasons for doing this. Her master would definitely not let Xin Chong go for no reason. At this time, the battle outside was still going on. The two deputies of the Red Armor Guards were also impressive. They actually managed to stop the four deities from leaving the Black Mountain tribe. Of course, the number of Red Armor Guards that managed to escape was less than 100. It could be said that today was the Red Armor Guards' nightmare. The Red Armor Guards had never suffered such a heavy loss in the barbarian Emperor city. 1,000 Red Armor Guards was enough to wipe out countless tribes within 1,000 miles radius. But today, the most elite army under the third son of the barbarian Emperor city was defeated by a small tribe like the Black Mountain tribe. Tian Yuan and the other deities joined forces to fight against the two deputies of the Red Armor Guards. The two deputies were both true God Realm experts, and they fought with Tian Yuan. Hua Xiong and the other deities attacked from the side. Because they were only at the true God Realm, they couldn't interfere and could only harass the two deputies. Even so, Hua Xiong was still slashed by one of the deputy generals and almost lost his life. Gu Fei walked out of the sacred hall. "Greetings, Lord Deity." Shan Kuei and the others quickly knelt down and paid their respects to Gu Fei. "Get up." Gu Fei casually waved his hand. "Thank you, Lord Deity." Shan Kuei and his men lowered their heads and stood up from the ground. They didn't dare to look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked towards the entrance of the Black Mountain tribe and saw three figures fighting in the sky. Tian Yuan was extremely ferocious. Although it was 1 against 2, he could still fight the two deputies of the Red Armor Guards to a stalemate. At this time, the four deities had no way back because their hands were stained with the blood of the Red Armor Guards. Now, the so-called deities of the tribe could only follow Gu Fei to the end because the barbarian emperor's strength was well known in the south. The barbarian emperor's special envoy could not die in vain. The Red Armor Guards under the third son of the barbarian emperor could not die in vain. Therefore, everyone could predict that a storm would break out in the south. How many years has it been? No one dared to challenge the barbarian emperor. Who is that person? In the Black Mountain tribe, the news of the defeat of the Red Armor Guards quickly spread and shocked all directions. Countless tribes who received the news were alarmed. This was a heaven-piercing matter. Everyone was very interested in the fierce man who suddenly appeared in the Black Mountain tribe. One must know that ever since the barbarian emperor unified the south, there were only a few people who dared to resist the barbarian emperor. Moreover, these people who resisted the barbarian emperor were all killed by the barbarian emperor. Even their tribes were completely wiped out. Now that there was someone who dared to fight against the barbarian emperor, the leaders of countless tribes wanted to know who this fierce man was. Countless tribe spies began to take action. At this time, the battle in the Black Mountain tribe was still going on. Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. If he had to do everything himself, then why did he subdue these subordinates? He asked the old priest to bring a big chair over. He lay on the big chair, crossed his legs, ate the fruit handed by the little girl, and looked at the battle in the sky in front of him. He was very satisfied. The old ape is still hiding his strength. Gu Fei ate a red fruit. The fruit melted in his mouth. It was not a spiritual fruit, but it was very sweet and delicious. Master, has the heavenly ape deity not done his best? The little girl said in surprise. The others were also surprised. If the old ape wants to play, then let him play. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The three of you, go and get me the 1,000 years fire ginseng from Xiancheng. Gu Fei said to Huaxiong and the other two deities. Yes, master. Chapter 49:11. The result of the battle in the Black Mountain tribe was beyond everyone's expectations. The Scarlet Guards, under the third son of Barbarian King, were defeated. The news spread and shook Southern Barbarian. This happened in the area under the jurisdiction of the third son of Barbarian King. Man Yao was so angry that he directly smashed the throne in the palace. Xiancheng was carried directly to the palace. He was lying motionless on a stretcher. His body was stained with blood. This was the masterpiece of the three great gods, Huaxiong, Tianlang, and Jin Shi. They caught up to the group of Scarlet Armor Guards that were protecting Xiancheng, and then the group of Scarlet Armor Guards was abused by them. They didn't kill Xiancheng, but he was miserably beaten. God knows how many bones in his body were broken, and everything on him was taken away by the three gods. Of course, the three gods' target was the 1,000-year fire ginseng because it was what their master wanted. They naturally didn't dare to neglect it. Damn it! In the palace, the third son of Barbarian King, Man Yao, was trembling with anger. Someone go and kill that guy for me. Man Yao stood in front of the throne and glanced at his subordinates. No one in the palace spoke. Xiancheng lying on the stretcher was a warning. Who would dare to provoke the unknown existence of the Black Mountain tribe? Since these fellows were able to stand in the main hall of the Barbarian Emperor City's City Lord estate, they were all incomparably shrewd fellows. All of them wanted to protect themselves, so it was better to let others do the arduous and thankless work. A bunch of trash. Why should I raise you? You're better off raising a group of pigs. Man Yao scolded the people below. Everyone in the palace had a dignified expression. Although they were scolded, no one spoke. These guys were really good at enduring. Really pissing me off, Man Yao said while gasping for breath. He was very disappointed. Although he was the city lord of Barbarian King City, he didn't have many subordinates. This was much worse than when he was in Nanman City. In Nanman City, he could call the wind and summon the rain. In this barren place, he was like a dragon trapped in a small pond. These years, he was going crazy. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to do nothing? Dream on. Man Yao roared at the people in the hall. City Lord, don't you feel bored? If that's the case, why don't you send out the City Lord's order and summon all the tribes in your territory to come and destroy the Black Mountain tribe? An old man walked out and said to Man Yao, Oldemo, that's a good idea. Man Yao's eyes lit up. He was the City Lord of Barbarian Emperor City, and there were countless human tribes in his territory. He had the authority to command these tribes in his territory. Moreover, these tribes had to obey the orders of him, the city governor of Barbarian Emperor City, and those who disobeyed would be seen as rebels and would be annihilated. Then pass down my city lord's order. Order all the lords of the various tribes to lead their elites to Barbarian Emperor City at once. Man Yao shouted. He would do what he thought and never hesitate. His decisive personality was similar to his father's. Yes, City Lord. Then, Old Manimo left the hall after receiving the order. Soon, messenger eagles soared into the sky from Barbarian Emperor City and flew in all directions. Meanwhile, the battle at the Black Mountain tribe came to an end. The two deputy generals of the Crimson Armor Guards didn't manage to leave the Black Mountain tribe alive. In the end, they were killed by Tianyuan in the mountains outside the Black Mountain tribe. However, everyone was only happy for half a day when news came that the city lord of Barbarian Emperor City, Manyao, had issued a city lord order to the surrounding tribes, gathering all the lords and gods of the tribes, and he intended to attack them together. This, Shan Kuei and the others were shocked. No one expected Barbarian Emperor City to retaliate so quickly and fiercely. They actually wanted to summon all the tribes and divine spirits to annihilate them. On the other hand, Tianyuan, Huaxiong, and the other divine spirits were still calm, because Xianchong was one of the strongest fighters in Barbarian Emperor City. Of course, the third son of Barbarian Emperor Manyao had never fought before, so no one knew how strong he was. In fact, the reason why Gu Fei didn't kill Xianchong and let Huaxiong and the others torture Xianchong was to provoke the third master of Barbarian Emperor City to make a move. However, the third master didn't play his cards normally. He actually summoned all the heroes to besiege Xianchong. Since that was the case, then he would play with him. Gu Fei directly ordered the gods of Tianyuan, Huaxiong, Tianlang, and Jin Shi to move their respective tribes to the Black Mountain tribe so that they wouldn't be defeated by the third master one by one. And the third master of Barbarian Emperor City needed time to summon all the lords and divine spirits in his territory. Taking advantage of this time, Gu Fei could also make some arrangements. However, even if Gu Fei defeated Xianchong, there were still not many people who were optimistic about his chances. After all, Barbarian Emperor didn't rule South Barbarian in a day and night. His cultivation base and combat strength were definitely the first in South Barbarian. How could this guy who came out of nowhere be a match for Barbarian Emperor? If Gu Fei wanted to compete with Barbarian Emperor, it was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg and digging his own grave. After the people of the four major tribes learned that their gods had surrendered to Gu Fei, more than half of the people of the four major tribes also dispersed. There were only a few thousand people who really stayed. This made the four great gods feel very helpless. The power of Barbarian Emperor was really unimaginable. Those who left will come back. After saying such a sentence, Gu Fei directly entered the temple and didn't see anyone. He wanted to study the incomparably strange longevity coffin. This longevity coffin was interesting. It seemed to have a life of its own and could even devour vitality. All the attacks that hit the stone coffin couldn't really cause any damage. Gu Fei was really curious. Was there really a great hero buried in this stone coffin? No one could answer Gu Fei. At this time, the stone coffin in front of him was completely silent. There was no aura coming out. It was natural, as if it was born from heaven and earth. Could it be? A possibility came to Gu Fei, and he couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked. This stone coffin had the power to bring the dead back to life. Could it be the legendary heavenly embryo? The so-called heavenly embryo was a place that was nurtured in the spirit veins of heaven and earth. In this place, living beings could often be born. However, there were people who wanted to be reborn, so they buried themselves in the heavenly embryo, using the characteristics of the heavenly embryo to want to be reborn against the heavens. The so-called heavenly embryo was actually incomparable to the chaos embryo. The chaos embryo gave birth to heaven and earth, while the heavenly embryo gave birth to innate life. Forget it. Who cares who was buried here? What does it have to do with me? Gu Fei directly threw the longevity coffin to the side. At this time, the Barbarian Emperor City was incomparably lively. The entire city seemed to be filled with people, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard everywhere. And this was still in the city. The scene outside the city was even more spectacular. The outskirts of the Barbarian Emperor City were densely packed with people. Banners fluttered in the wind, and killing intent soared to the sky. All the tribes within 1,000 miles had sent their most elite soldiers to the Barbarian Emperor City. Chapter 49:12. The current Barbarian Emperor City had never been so lively. The territory of Barbarian Emperor City had a radius of 1,000 miles with Barbarian Emperor City as the center. Within this 1,000 miles, there were countless human tribes. This place might be a remote and desolate place to Manyao, but in the Void Realm, the spiritual energy was dense. Even a remote and desolate place could give birth to powerful creatures. Haha, so many people came. It's really unexpected. Under the scorching sun, Man Yao stood on the city wall and looked at the densely packed army outside the city. His blood began to boil. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Among the 5 regions of the Void Realm, Southern Barbarian was much weaker than the other 4 regions. However, the people of Southern Barbarian were brave and good at fighting. It wouldn't be easy for the other 4 regions to defeat the Barbarian Emperor. For thousands of years, Southern Barbarian had been under the rule of the Barbarian Emperor. The other forces couldn't extend their tentacles into Southern Barbarian. This was the world of the Barbarian Emperor. The Barbarian Emperor used troops against the outside world, but he ruled by force internally. No one dared to resist. But now, in a small place like the Barbarian Emperor city, there was someone who dared to resist the Barbarian Emperor. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Moreover, it was in the place where the Barbarian Emperor rose. This was extraordinary. Young master, haven't you been suffering from not having a chance to show off? Now is your chance to shine. An old servant in green stood behind Man Yao. Looking at the high-spirited Man Yao, he was also a little excited. It's not that father doesn't know my ability. He's just afraid that I'll threaten Big Brother's position. That's why he demoted me to this remote place. Man Yao sneered. As the 3rd son of the Barbarian Emperor, he wasn't the first in line to inherit the throne. There were still Big Brother and Second Brother in front of him. However, his Big Brother and Second Brother weren't as talented as him. However, the first son of the Barbarian Emperor, Man Xiong, had been by the Barbarian Emperor's side since he was young. When he was in his teens, he followed the Barbarian Emperor to conquer the world. His prestige in Southern Barbarian was not small. His second brother was a hedonistic son who liked to hang out in brothels. However, no one knew whether he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger or not. Man Yao was a very high-profile person. This was also the reason why his father, Man Emperor, chased him to the Barbarian Emperor city. This time, he easily gathered the armies of 127 tribes. All 127 tribal gods rushed to Barbarian Emperor city after receiving his city lord's order. An army of hundreds of thousands. Although it was a mixed army, the tribes here constantly attacked each other, fighting endlessly. Everyone was brave and fierce, and their combat strength was not weak. Of course, when compared to the regular army under the command of the Barbarian Emperor, these ragtag troops naturally couldn't compare at all. Let's go back to the main hall and meet those so-called tribal gods. Man Yao waved his sleeves, jumped off the city wall, and headed towards the city lord's mansion with the old servant. At this time, all the divine spirits of the 127 tribes had gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. All the people, including all the non-humankind creatures, were standing in the main hall obediently. No one said a word. It was extremely quiet. In fact, all of them knew why this third lord had summoned them here. Needless to say, he wanted them to be the vanguard, the cannon fodder. However, even if they knew that the third lord of the Barbarian Emperor city wanted them to be cannon fodder, they didn't dare to not come. Because those who didn't listen to the order would be seen as traitors. The consequences of rebellion were very serious. They would be directly annihilated, and the entire tribe would be finished. Even the tribal gods wouldn't be able to escape. They would be directly killed, their bodies and souls destroyed. Third Lord has arrived. A voice came from outside the main hall, and then the light at the entrance of the main hall dimmed. A figure walked in with majestic steps. Compared to the grand scene in Barbarian Emperor City, the Black Mountain tribe was much more deserted. There was not a single person in the huge Black Mountain tribe's territory. Most people were gathered around the Black Mountain tribe's divine palace. Everyone felt that they would only be safe if they gathered around Gu Fei. This was not wrong, because even Tian Yuan, Hua Xiong, and the other foreign races' gods were gathered around the divine palace. Gu Fei, who was regarded as a supreme deity by them, was now in the divine temple, idly listening to the old priest introduce the situation of the surrounding tribes. However, because of the limitations of the old shaman, he didn't know how many human tribes were scattered across the entire Barbarian Emperor city. At this time, even if Gu Fei didn't cultivate, The qi in his body would constantly devour the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth. A small part of the yuan qi that was sealed in his body had also awakened. If Xiancheng came to cause trouble now, he could slap this guy back to his grandmother's house. Master, how confident are you? Xiaoye couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Gu Fei smiled. You don't know? The old shaman's hand trembled when he heard this, and the bowl of meat soup fell to the ground. The old shaman quickly picked up the bowl. At this time, in the courtyard of the divine palace, a large bronze cauldron was boiling a large pot of meat soup. This was the meat soup that Shan Kuei and his men had hunted in the nearby mountains. The prey that Shan Kuei and his men hunted included wild boars, birds, and even a large snake. Their method of processing the prey was also very simple. After cleaning it, they directly chopped it up and threw it into the cauldron to cook. This kind of meat soup was very delicious. Gu Fei was also a human, and he also needed to eat. He also drank meat soup and drank liquor with Xiaoye and the rest. Outside the divine palace, Shan Kuei and his men were also using the cauldron to cook meat soup, or building a bonfire to roast the prey that they hunted. The people of the primitive tribes ate simple food. Thousands of people ate together, and the Black Mountain tribe was filled with smoke. It was a peaceful scene. Regardless of which world they came from, they all worked hard to eat their fill. Everyone worked hard to survive. It was that simple, as long as they could survive. Gu Fei felt a little emotional. Wasn't he also fighting for survival? You guys don't have to be so afraid of me. I'm also a human. Actually, the gods are just some powerful living beings. What's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei said to Xiaoye and the old shaman. Xiaoye and the old shaman were shocked. This was the first time they heard of such a saying. Humans could also defeat the gods, but the gods were all high and mighty, as though they were above the mortals. To the old shaman and the rest, the gods were powerful and mysterious existences. However, the arrival of Gu Fei had shattered their understanding. Those mysterious and powerful gods trembled in fear in front of a human like Gu Fei. This scene shocked Xiaoye and the old shaman. At this time, in the barbarian emperor city, which was about 300 miles away from the Black Mountain tribe, the army of 127 tribes started to move out, heading towards the Black Mountain tribe. Chapter 49:13. When the army of barbarian sovereign city charged towards the Black Mountain tribe, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were cooking meat soup and barbecuing their prey. In the evening, the sunset glow was like blood. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the Black Mountain tribe. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful. No one knew how long this peaceful scene would last. The barbarian sovereign city was only 300 li away from the Black Mountain tribe. With the speed of the army of barbarian sovereign city, the vanguard of the army would reach the Black Mountain tribe by tomorrow morning or noon at the latest. This was because there was an air force in the army. It was the winged army of the winged tribe. Every soldier of the winged tribe rode a winged beast. The speed of the winged army was much faster than the army on the ground. The winged tribe sent out all their elites this time. All 5,000 winged army were dispatched. This was the strength of the winged tribe. 5,000 winged army was equivalent to 5,000 winged beasts. Only the winged tribe could send out so many winged beasts because the guardian deity of the winged tribe was a god realm winged beast king. Only the king of the winged tribe could control so many winged beasts. The king of the winged tribe wasn't stupid. It wouldn't bring its 5,000 winged army to the Black Mountain tribe. Even someone as powerful as Xiancheng was crippled. It wasn't a match for Xiancheng. The 5,000 winged army wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of that guy and the Black Mountain tribe, because the heavenly ape, fire bear, heavenly wolf, and golden lion tribes were subdued by that guy. The heavenly ape was a heavenly god. Unless the head of the winged tribe was kicked by a donkey, it wouldn't dare to bring its troops to the Black Mountain tribe alone. After nightfall, the army of barbarian sovereign city was still advancing. Wherever they passed, all the powerful beings retreated. Even some powerful solitary cultivators retreated quietly. Who dared to block their path? This was the army of the Third Lord. Manyao led the army until late at night before setting up camp. He wasn't in a hurry. This time, he took it as a chance to relax. Staying in the barbarian sovereign city for the past few years was too boring. It was rare for him to have an excuse to summon the tribes in the territory. In fact, if Gu Fei didn't kill the envoy of the barbarian sovereign, Man Yao wouldn't have the authority to summon all the tribes in the territory, even if he was the third son of the barbarian sovereign city. No one dared to blatantly raise an army. In the southern barbarians, anyone who raised an army would be regarded as a traitor and would have their entire clan exterminated. At this time, Gu Fei already knew that the army gathered by the third son of the barbarian emperor city was less than 100 miles away from the Black Mountain tribe. Barbarian King's army would arrive at the Black Mountain tribe tomorrow, the army of the Bararian tribe, and Barbarian Sovereign tribe. Heavenly Ape, Huaxiong, Tianlang, and Jin Shi were all sent out by Gu Fei. In the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei was the only one in charge. The night passed peacefully. Early in the morning, after Man Yao's army ate and drank their fill, they began to march. Countless people silently marched through the mountains. Only the sound of footsteps and the roars of beasts could be heard. Man Yao, on the other hand, was sitting on a throne carried by dozens of people. There were 2 maids serving him, pouring tea and wine for him, and feeding him fruits. This guy was really enjoying himself, but the others were having a hard time. However, no one dared to complain. At noon, Man Yao's army was less than 50 li away from the Black Mountain tribe. City Lord, the coiling dragon gorge is just ahead. Should we stop and reorganize before continuing? At this moment, a middle-aged general clad in battle armor rode a red scale colt and charged over from the front. Coiling Dragon Gorge? What is that place? Man Yao lazily said as he reclined on his throne. It's a dangerous place where one man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies, the general said with a solemn expression. Haha, do you think the people of the Black Mountain tribe would dare to ambush us in the Coiling Dragon Gorge? Man Yao laughed out loud. In his eyes, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were like a plate of loose sand. The person who defeated Xian Chong might be someone impressive, but under the iron hooves of his army, even a god king would be ruthlessly crushed. But the general wanted to say more. Then send someone to take a look. Man Yao said disapprovingly. Yes, City Lord. The general accepted the order and left. Soon, the winged army soared into the sky towards the Coiling Dragon Gorge. The Coiling Dragon Gorge was a natural stronghold. The gorge wasn't straight, but twisted like a dragon coiling between the mountains. Moreover, the gorge was very long, at least 20 to 30 li. After passing through the gorge, they would enter the territory of the Black Mountain tribe. Of course, Man Yao's army could take a detour and not go through the Coiling Dragon Gorge. However, taking a detour would take at least 2 days. How could Man Yao be willing to spend another 2 days? His army directly crushed the Black Mountain tribe and killed that person. Then, they returned to the city. This wasn't Man Yao's first time as a commander. He commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. He was a general under his father, Man Emperor. However, he was eccentric and sometimes even acted on his own, disobeying orders. That was why he was chased to this remote place by his father. This time, he only wanted to satisfy the craving of leading an army of a few 100,000. In fact, there was no need to mobilize so many people to get rid of the Black Mountain tribe. Right at this moment, streaks of fire shot into the sky from the Coiling Dragon Gorge and hit the dozens of winged army soldiers who were flying above the Coiling Dragon Gorge. With a series of loud noises, the dozens of winged soldiers turned into fireballs one after another and fell from the sky. At this moment, a thick fog came out from the Coiling Dragon Gorge. Soon, the entire Coiling Dragon Gorge was shrouded in fog. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. There was actually an ambush in the Coiling Dragon Gorge. Just a bunch of clowns. Who's going to kill them? Man Yao, who was sitting on his throne, said indifferently. Man Yao's subordinates were speechless. No one wanted to take action. My wind-fire halberd will belong to whoever can kill them. Man Yao took out a halberd and waved his hand. The halberd flew out from his hand and stabbed into a nearby rock. Stone fragments flew everywhere. The halberd was surrounded by fire energy. The surrounding flowers and trees were swaying, and an invisible wind was swirling around the halberd. Heavenly divine weapon? Seeing this, the eyes of the tribe's subordinates turned red. This was a heavenly divine weapon. Who wouldn't be greedy? Who wouldn't want it? With a great reward, the hesitant tribe's subordinates immediately took action. Chapter 49:14. There weren't many heavenly gods in the barbarian emperor city, and it wasn't easy to forge a heavenly god weapon. In the Void Realm, there were very few blacksmiths who knew how to forge weapons. In the eyes of the gods in the barbarian emperor city, a heavenly god weapon was a priceless treasure. Everyone wanted one. After all, a heavenly god with a heavenly god weapon could increase one's battle prowess by at least 30%. This was why so many gods fought over Man Yao's wind-fire halberd. Like a group of demons dancing in the air, one after another, the non-humankind gods revealed their true forms, rose into the sky, and directly rushed into the coiling dragon gorge, striving to be the first. A human-shaped god spirit transformed into a huge black bird. With a flap of its wings, it charged into the coiling dragon gorge at an incredible speed. There was also a humanoid god whose body swayed and turned into a barbarian elephant the size of a small mountain. This barbarian elephant ran wildly on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Wherever the barbaric elephant passed, be it trees or boulders, they were all broken and smashed into pieces. The other gods dodged. If they were hit by the elephant, even if they didn't feign death, they'd be half dead. This lunatic! Some gods couldn't help but curse. He really won't wake up early without benefits. Man Yao, who was sitting on the throne, sighed. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp, and the maids beside him quickly poured more wine for him. The dozen or so deities charged straight into the coiling dragon gorge, but it was completely silent inside. Not a single sound could be heard from within. It was as if the dozen or so gods had vanished into thin air. What's going on? Seeing this, the other gods who were about to intervene couldn't help but be shocked. Even Man Yao furrowed his brows. A trap? The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Even if there was a trap, it couldn't kill a dozen gods at once. What kind of trap could kill a dozen gods silently? You, and you, go in and take a look. Man Yao pointed at the gods and ordered. The gods were dumbfounded. They didn't want to enter the coiling dragon gorge, but who dared to disobey Man Yao's order? This subordinate obeys. The four deities had no choice but to step forward. Who didn't know this third master's temperament? Whoever dared to disobey would be in danger of being beaten to death at any time. Roar! The four gods roared as they soared into the sky, revealing their true forms in the air. A rainbow-colored snake as thick as a water bucket appeared in the sky, directly diving into the coiling dragon gorge. That was the divine spirit of the heavenly serpent tribe, the seven-colored divine serpent. It was a true god-level divine serpent that was extremely powerful and poisonous. Even a heavenly god expert would die from its bite. As for the other three godly spirits, one was a black-striped tiger, one was a tree demon, and one was a blood monkey. These three godly spirits were all true god rank. When the four great real gods took action, it was naturally extraordinary. A strong wave of primordial energy erupted from the four real gods, and the surrounding fog was dispersed. These four true gods were very careful, but as soon as they entered the coiling dragon gorge, there was no sound. This caused the gods outside the gorge to be stunned. What's going on? What the hell is going on? The other gods couldn't stay calm anymore. What? Man Yao stood up from his throne. His eyes were filled with malice. Did the Black Mountain tribe really have this kind of ability? Could it be that the fella that defeated Xian Chong hid in the gorge and personally ambushed the seven-colored divine serpent and the other gods? If that was the case, then it wasn't an injustice for the 10 godly spirits and the 4 true gods from before. That fella even crippled a heavenly god like Xian Chong. Young lord, this old servant will go and take a look. At this moment, the old servant silently appeared beside Man Yao. All right, be careful. Man Yao looked at the old servant and gave him a special reminder. Yes, young lord. After saying this, the azure-robed old servant disappeared like the wind without any warning. This time, in the mist-shrouded coiling dragon gorge, there was the dull sound of Yuan Qi colliding. However, this sound quickly disappeared. What? Man Yao waited anxiously for half an hour, but the old servant still didn't come out. He was shocked and furious. What kind of trap did the Black Mountain tribe set up in the coiling Dragon Gorge? No one knew better than Man Yao how powerful this old servant was. He was a half-step divine king. Even Man Yao himself might not be able to take him down. A half-step divine king was trapped in the coiling Dragon Gorge just like that? Kill. Kill them all. I don't believe that those fellas can stop my army. Man Yao roared. Then, the horns sounded, and the flags fluttered. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers began to charge into the coiling Dragon Gorge. The leader of the Soaring Wing tribe led the 5,000 Soaring Wing army and charged into the coiling Dragon Gorge from the sky. However, what happened next left Man Yao dumbfounded. After entering the coiling Dragon Gorge, the vanguard troops that were enveloped by the mist fell one after another. The 5,000 Soaring Wing army fell from the sky like dumplings. The 5,000 Soaring Wing army was annihilated just like that. Even the overlord of the Soaring Wing tribe was smashed into meat paste. Retreat! Retreat! Motherf asterisk cur! Man Yao roared. He soared into the sky, arrived at the entrance of the coiling Dragon Gorge, and slammed his palm into the gorge. Rumble! An extremely powerful palm force erupted from his right palm, dispersing more than half of the fog that shrouded the entrance of the coiling Dragon Gorge. Within the coiling Dragon Gorge, the ground was littered with people. None of them were breathing, as if they were already dead, causing Man Yao to be infuriated. You cowardly scoundrel, do you dare come out and fight me? Man Yao roared at the coiling Dragon Gorge. However, there was only his roar in the gorge. No one answered him. The coiling Dragon Gorge was able to stop the army of the barbarian Emperor City. Man Yao was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Even he didn't dare to enter the coiling Dragon Gorge. Go get the Heaven Shaman Priest. Man Yao roared at his men. Yes, City Lord. One of the men rode a divine eagle and soared into the sky, flying towards the barbarian Emperor City. The Heaven Shaman Priest was second only to the City Lord, Man Yao. Moreover, this Heaven Shaman Priest was a Heaven Shaman of the Shaman tribe. In Southern Barbarian, the Shaman tribe was very powerful. Even the barbarian emperor needed the help of the Shaman tribe to maintain his rule. This time, the Heaven Shaman Priest didn't follow Man Yao to attack the Black Mountain tribe. Meanwhile, in the depths of the coiling Dragon Gorge, a group of deities were lying on the ground like dead dogs, being watched by Tian Yuan and the others. Master's formation is so powerful. It really stopped the army of hundreds of thousands. A big bear shrouded in flames said, Master is really awesome. I'm afraid he has a powerful background. We don't need to be afraid of Man Yao anymore. Tian Yuan nodded. Chapter 49:15. In the Void Realm, witchcraft was a symbol of power and mystery. In the entire southern barbarian region, witchcraft prevailed. The previous ruler of southern barbarian was the Shaman King. After the Shaman King was defeated by the current barbarian king, the entire southern barbarian region changed masters. However, although the Shaman King was defeated, the strength of the witch tribe was still there. Although the current barbarian king was incomparably powerful, he was still wary of the power of the witch tribe. Although the witch tribe surrendered to the barbarian king, they were always thinking about how to regain control of southern barbarian. However, the barbarian king was an invincible existence in southern barbarian. He firmly suppressed the witch tribe, so the witch tribe could only surrender. The two were in a delicate state of balance. Because the tentacles of the witch tribe covered the entire southern barbarian, the worship of the gods in southern barbarian was the masterpiece of the witch tribe. Because the witch tribe controlled all kinds of foreign creatures, it was one of the special skills of the witch tribe. The witch tribe ruled southern barbarian through this primitive worship of gods, and the strongest and most powerful god in southern barbarian was the Shaman King. If the Shaman King wanted to settle accounts with the witch tribe, southern barbarian's vitality would be greatly damaged, and the super forces of other regions would benefit. In Barbarian Emperor City, there was a mysterious Heaven Shaman Priest. Even the city lord of Barbarian Emperor City, Man Yao, had never seen the true face of this Heaven Shaman Priest. Some people said that the heaven shaman priest was male, while others said that the heaven shaman priest was female. However, there was no doubt that this heaven shaman priest was incomparably mysterious and terrifying. A heavenly god had once offended the heaven shaman priest, and that heavenly god was directly refined into a poisonous beast by the heaven shaman priest. Poisonous beast was a kind of witchcraft, mysterious and terrifying. Wherever the poisonous beast went, not even a blade of grass would grow, and people would die upon contact. Even the unruly Man Yao didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the heaven shaman priest. At this time, no matter how stupid Man Yao was, he could see that the mist in the coiling dragon gorge was strange. Not to mention his army of hundreds of thousands. Even 10 times the army was absolutely not enough to fill the coiling dragon gorge. Hundreds of thousands of barbarian Emperor City's army was blocked outside the coiling dragon gorge. City Lord. More than 2 hours later, the person who went to invite the heaven shaman priest descended from the sky and landed in front of Man Yao. Where's the heaven magus priest? Seeing that only his subordinates had returned, Man Yao was furious. This City Lord, Lord Heaven Shaman Priest, isn't in Barbarian Emperor City. I don't know where he went. The general said cautiously. What? Man Yao was dumbfounded. When he left the Barbarian Emperor City with his army, wasn't the Heaven Shaman Priest still in the Heavenly Shaman Manor? Now it's gone? Is that guy purposely avoiding me? Man Yao gritted his teeth. That bastard Sky Shaman Priest. Man Yao almost went crazy. If the Heaven Magus Priest didn't help them, they wouldn't be able to pass through the coiling dragon gorge. Would they really be stopped by this coiling dragon gorge? Lord Heavenly Wizard, are you really not going to make a move? At this time, on a mountain peak about 20 to 30 miles away from the coiling dragon gorge, 2 people in white stood. The one in the lead was dressed in white and wore a hat with a white veil hanging down, covering the mysterious person's face. Behind this mysterious man stood a pretty maid who was also dressed in a white robe. Man Yao is insufferably arrogant. Does he need me to act? The mysterious man said disapprovingly. The mysterious man's voice was very neutral, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It was hard to tell if this guy deliberately changed his voice, or if it was just his natural voice. Hee, Lord Heavenly Wizard wants to see Man Yao suffer. The maid in white said with a smile. I'm very curious, who is that person from the Black Mountain tribe? He actually dared to kill the Barbarian Emperor's special envoy, openly going against the Barbarian Emperor. The mysterious man said, Lord Heavenly Wizard is going to the Black Mountain tribe? The maid in white said with surprise. Lord Heavenly Wizard had been staying in the Heavenly Wizard Palace in the Barbarian Emperor City for the past few years, never leaving his residence. There was nothing that could interest him, but today, Lord Heavenly Wizard seemed to be in a good mood. It's been a long time since I came out. It's not bad to stretch my bones. The mysterious Lord Heavenly Wizard said, Let's go. After saying that, Lord Heavenly Shaman flicked his sleeves, turned around, and soared into the sky. His movements were graceful and otherworldly, without a trace of the mundane world. The maid also soared into the sky and chased after him. In the Void Realm, only powerful beings at the Divine Realm could fly. Lord Heavenly Wizard's maid was able to fly at such a young age, and she was also at the Divine Realm. Master, can Tianyuan and the other 3 really stop the army of the Barbarian Emperor City? In the sacred palace of the Black Mountain tribe, Gu Fei had finished teaching Xiaoya. Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. They should be able to stop it. Gu Fei nodded. How is that possible? Xiaoya couldn't believe it. One should know that the city lord of the Barbarian Emperor City, Man Yao, had put in a lot of effort this time. He gathered all the tribal lords and divine spirits in the territory of the Barbarian Emperor City and gathered an army of hundreds of thousands to attack the Black Mountain tribe. How could Tianyuan and the other 3 stop an army of hundreds of thousands? If they couldn't stop it, the army of the Barbarian Emperor City would have already reached the Black Mountain tribe. Gu Fei said. This? Xiaoya was speechless. Gu Fei suddenly frowned, stood up and walked out. Master. Upon seeing this, Xiaoya quickly stood up and followed them out. When Gu Fei walked out of the sacred palace, he saw 2 people standing outside the gate. Strangely, The people in the surroundings didn't seem to notice them. Xiaoya looked at the two white-robed people in shock. Fellow Taoist, aren't you going to invite us in? The white-clothed mysterious man wearing a hat said to Gu Fei. The gauze hanging down from the hat covered the mysterious man's face. Fellow Taoist? Gu Fei was stunned when he heard the name. There was actually someone in this primitive world who used this name? Who are you? Xiaoya asked in shock. Shan Kuei and the others were standing guard outside the sacred palace. Currently, Shan Kuei and the others were standing motionlessly at the side as if they were under a spell. Master, Xiaoya was shocked when she saw the state of Shan Kuei and the others. It's fine. Gu Fei looked at the white-robed man curiously. Who were these two fellows who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Please, Gu Fei said as he walked in. Xiaoya looked at the two mysterious people cautiously. What a cute little fellow. The white-robed servant behind the mysterious person smiled and reached out to pinch Xiaoya's face. You! Xiaoya immediately jumped away. Xiantian realm? Chapter 49:16. A 5- or 6-year-old girl was actually a Xiantian realm expert. This surprised the two mysterious men. One should know that Xiaoya was too young. She was one of the most heaven-defying existences in the entire South China. Taoist friend, you actually killed the barbarian emperor's special envoy. How bold. After sitting down, the heaven magus priest said indifferently. The two of them were very straightforward. They directly crossed the mountains and came to the Black Mountain tribe. Then, they directly found Gu Fei. They were really too straightforward. The news of Gu Fei killing the barbarian emperor's special envoy had already shaken the entire South China. It's just a small matter, Gu Fei said indifferently. A small matter? The maid standing behind the heaven magus priest was speechless. This matter could be said to have pierced the heavens. Man Yao's army of hundreds of thousands had killed their way to the coiling Dragon Gorge. However, the heaven magus still admired Gu Fei's means. He actually blocked Man Yao's army of hundreds of thousands. Taoist friend, you are very modest, the heaven magus priest said. Because the white veil hanging down from his hat covered his face, no one could see his expression. I have always been low-key. Gu Fei's expression remained indifferent. The heaven magus priest didn't know what to say. Low-key is good. Low-key is good. The heaven magus priest was a little embarrassed. The maid standing behind the heaven magus priest looked at Gu Fei with disdain. If you are low-key, then there is nothing in the world that can be high-profile. At this time, countless eyes in the entire South China were staring at the barbarian emperor city. Taoist friend, since you have come to visit me, why don't you show your face? Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man opposite him and said, Is name and background that important? The heaven magus priest said, It doesn't seem that important. Gu Fei thought for a moment and said, Isn't that fine? The heaven magus priest said and took a sip of the tea that Xiaoya had brewed. Aren't you afraid that I will poison the tea? Gu Fei said with a faint smile. What? The maids behind the heaven shaman priest were shocked upon hearing this. You dare to poison our Lord Sky Witch? The maid was anxious and blurted out, You're a heaven wizard? The old priest, who was waiting at the side, turned pale with fright when he heard this. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even Xiaoya was startled and hid behind Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei remained calm. If fellow Taoist wanted to poison me, you would have done it long ago. Would I still be sitting here? The heaven shaman priest said disapprovingly. Greetings, Lord Sky Witch. At this moment, the old shaman trembled and knelt down in front of the sky shaman, his forehead touching the ground. He was extremely respectful. In the territory of the barbarian emperor city, one could choose not to know who the barbarian emperor city lord was, but it was absolutely impossible to not know who the heaven shaman priest was. From a certain point of view, the prestige of the heaven shaman priest in barbarian emperor city was much higher than that of city lord Man Yao. Without the approval of the heaven shaman priest, it would be impossible for Man Yao to command all the tribes and tribal gods in the territory. Rise, the heaven shaman priest said indifferently. Yes. The old shaman slowly stood up and lowered his head, standing respectfully to the side. Lord Sky Witch, are you very powerful? Gu Fei picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. Although the people of this world also drank tea, it was much worse than the tea he drank in the eternal world, mortal world, and heavenly world. Impudent. The servant behind the heaven shaman priest glared at Gu Fei and shouted, "Oomph!" Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. A powerful aura spread out from his body, causing everyone to feel a powerful pressure suddenly descend upon them. Especially the servant behind the heaven shaman priest. She felt as if she was suffocating. Fellow Taoist, why bother with a servant like me? The heaven shaman priest casually waved his right sleeve. The maidservant standing behind the heaven magus shaman immediately felt the pressure on her body disappear, and the terrifying pressure from Gu Fei immediately disappeared. The servant stared at Gu Fei in horror. Not many who dare to act presumptuously in front of me will live. Gu Fei put the teacup back on the table and said indifferently, "What?" The maid was even more frightened when she heard this. Fellow Taoist, for my sake, will you let this matter go? The heaven shaman priest's tone was still calm. No one could sense the change in his emotions from his tone. All right. Gu Fei smiled at the heaven shaman priest. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The heaven shaman priest said, But what? If you can let me see your true face, I will let this matter go. Gu Fei looked at the heaven shaman priest with a faint smile. The old priest was frightened when he heard Gu Fei's words. Who in the barbarian emperor city had seen the true face of the heaven shaman priest? The heaven shaman priest was an existence more powerful and mysterious than the gods in the barbarian emperor city. Even the gods had to kneel in front of the heaven shaman priest. In the barbarian emperor city, the heaven shaman priest held a supreme position in the hearts of countless tribes and gods. You! The servant standing behind the heaven shaman priest was shocked and angered. You want to see my true face? The heaven shaman priest's voice was still calm, as if nothing could affect his emotions. This reminded Gu Fei of Yin Er. He had left the human world for some time now. He wondered how Yin Er and his daughter, Gu Ling, were doing. Can I? Gu Fei smiled. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. The heaven shaman priest said. Then let's give it a try. Gu Fei reached out his right hand and grabbed the hat on the heaven shaman priest's head. It didn't seem fast, but it gave people a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. At the same time, a faint fragrance spread out from the heaven shaman priest. The moment they smelled the fragrance, Xiaoya and the old priest fell to the ground and fainted. So you're also an expert in poison. Gu Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. You're not bad either. The heaven shaman priest waved his right hand. In the next moment, several cold lights shot out from his sleeves, aiming for Gu Fei's chest and forehead. At such a close distance, Gu Fei had no chance to dodge. The heaven shaman priest was ruthless and wanted to kill Gu Fei, which made Gu Fei very unhappy. Perhaps Gu Fei wanted to see the heaven shaman priest's true face and angered the heaven shaman priest, causing the heaven shaman priest to want to kill him. However, in the next moment, a scene that left the heaven shaman high priests made dumbfounded appeared. Gu Fei did not dodge at all and allowed the rays of cold light to land on his body. Chapter 49:17. The art of witchcraft was full of mystery and terror in the primitive southern barbarian region. Countless people were in awe of the sorcerers. But to Gu Fei, witchcraft was nothing more than a minor Tao. His wife, Yin Er, was the successor of the pill cauldron. She was proficient in concocting medicine, and poison was also a type of medicine. Her myriad poisons cosmic cauldron was extremely powerful. Gu Fei knew a thing or two about poison. His martial body had been tempered thousands of times and was impervious to all poisons. The shaman's poison had no effect on him. However, what shocked the heaven shaman priest and his servant was that the silver needles shot out by the heaven shaman priest couldn't even pierce through his skin and were directly blasted away. Indestructible body of Vajra? The shaman exclaimed in surprise. You're from the Middle Heaven Buddhist clan? The heaven magus priest said in shock. The Void Realm was divided into 5 regions: Southern Barbarian, West Sea, North Ruins, Middle Heaven, and East Wasteland. The entire Void Realm was filled with powerful clans, and the shaman was just one of them. The Buddhist clan and the legendary Celestial clan were the two strongest clans in Middle Heaven. Middle Heaven was actually controlled by the Buddhist clan. The Buddhist clan's indestructible body of Vajra was one of the most powerful abilities in the Void Realm. The shaman couldn't remain calm at the thought that this guy was from the Buddhist clan. No wonder he dared to look down on the barbarian sovereign. But the Buddhist clan was all bald, and this guy wasn't bald. Buddhist clan? There's a Buddhist clan here? Gu Fei was surprised. Eternal World had the Buddhist clan and the Dao clan, but he didn't expect there to be a Buddhist clan here as well. It seemed that if he wanted to find a way back, he would have to pay a visit to the Buddhist clan. He wanted to see if there was any connection between the Buddhist clan here and the Buddhist clan in Eternal World. You're not from the Buddhist clan? How is that possible? The shaman exclaimed. At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. His right hand reached out and grabbed the hat on the shaman's head. Swish. In the next moment, the Heaven Shaman Priest's sleeves fluttered in the wind as she dodged the attack. Her posture was graceful, exuding an otherworldly aura. However, Gu Fei's hand of capturing immortals was extremely mysterious. Even a true supreme immortal would find it difficult to escape his clutches. Gu Fei's right hand moved like a shadow and snatched the hat off the Heaven Shaman Priest's head. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. As she looked around, she gave off an elegant and otherworldly aura. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this Heaven Shaman Priest to be such a beautiful young lady. She was in her 20s. Lord Heavenly Witch. The Heaven Shaman Priest's maids were shocked to see this. The white-clothed woman's face revealed a trace of anger and bashfulness. Her face was a little pale, but she did not panic. You're the Heaven Magus Priest? Gu Fei looked at the woman in white with a faint smile. How dare you? Do you know the consequences of looking at Lord Heavenly Witch's face? The maid threw caution to the wind and yelled at Gu Fei. Gu Fei rubbed his nose and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal about looking?" Damn it. The Heaven Shaman High Priestess seemed to be enraged by Gu Fei's words. She immediately attacked Gu Fei. Her slender, jade-like hands danced, and transparent threads appeared in the void, wrapping around Gu Fei. Oh, you can spit silk too? Are you a celestial silkworm? After saying that, Gu Fei utilized his movement technique to dodge the threads wrapping around him. Next, he charged out of the holy temple. Where do you think you're going? The Heaven Shaman Priest had no intention of letting Gu Fei go. She chased after him. Lord Heavenly Witch. The maid also rushed out. Who's running away? Gu Fei stopped in the courtyard in front of the holy temple. He turned around and threw a punch at Big Sister, Heavenly Witchcraft. The violent fist energy turned into the shadow of a dragon and pounced at Big Sister, Heavenly Witchcraft with its claws and fangs bared. What? The Heavenly Witch kicked the ground with her right foot and soared into the sky. Gu Fei's dragon-shaped fist force directly rushed past her feet and then dissipated into the void, disappearing without a trace. He knew when to stop and didn't destroy anything around him. Inescapable net. Miss Heavenly Witchcraft bellowed. In the next moment, countless transparent threads shot out of her body and intertwined together, turning into a large net that enveloped Gu Fei below. I'll break your inescapable net. After saying that, Gu Fei extended his right hand. Using his hand as a saber, he slashed at the net that was enveloping them. An extremely sharp saber energy rushed out from his hand. Without any suspense, the large net that was enveloping Gu Fei was directly cut open by his saber. Gu Fei rushed out of the hole in the net and pounced at the Heavenly Witch. The two of them started fighting in the courtyard in front of the temple. It had to be said that the Heavenly Witch was really powerful. She was many times more powerful than Xianchong. Her spiritual energy condensed into silk threads, each as sharp as a blade. Gu Fei's sleeve was touched by one of the threads, and a hole was immediately cut open. Gu Fei wouldn't even fear a real divine weapon, let alone silk threads condensed from spiritual energy. He simply ignored the sharpness of the silk threads and punched them. The powerful fist energy directly broke the silk threads. In the courtyard of the temple, the fist energy was strong and mighty, and smoke and dust filled the air. The heavenly witch's maid was stunned when she saw this scene. Her master's cultivation was extremely powerful. Even the half-step divine King Man Yao wasn't her master's match. This guy could actually fight with her master. Could he really be an expert from another region? Golden Silkworm Silkhand. The heavenly witch was furious. She waved her hands and her sleeves fluttered. The almost transparent silk threads turned golden and wrapped around Gu Fei's right arm. Gu Fei was taken aback. The next moment, his right sleeve was instantly cut into pieces by the golden silk threads. There was a burning pain on his arm. The power of the golden silk threads condensed by the heavenly witch's spiritual energy was doubled, but it still couldn't cut Gu Fei's skin. However, it made Gu Fei's right arm feel like it was being burned. Fire Fist. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. The next moment, his right arm shook and a ball of fire burst out from his arm. The golden silk threads wrapped around his right arm were shattered. All right, I've had enough fun. It's time to end this. Gu Fei suddenly grinned at the heavenly witch. The next moment, the heavenly witch's vision blurred. She was hit on the neck and fainted. A hand stretched out from the side and hugged the heavenly witch. The maid's eyeballs almost fell to the ground when she saw this scene. Chapter 49:18. The Heaven Witchcraft High Priestess turned out to be a young lady. This made Gu Fei very surprised. This young lady was very pretty, but why did she have to pretend to be neither a man nor a woman? You bastard. How dare you knock out our Lord Heaven Shaman? The Heaven Shaman priest's maid pointed at Gu Fei and scolded. She even wanted to snatch the Heaven Shaman priest from Gu Fei's arms. You're courting death. With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, the maid was sent flying and slammed into the wall. She fainted and lay on the ground. Master, Xiaoya woke up at this moment and was shocked to see this scene. Although Southern Barbarian was ruled by the barbarian sovereign, the sorcerer tribe was still very powerful. No one dared to offend the sorcerer tribe. But now, not only did her master offend the barbarian sovereign, he also offended the sorcerer tribe. The severity of this matter could no longer be described as piercing the sky. Master, who is this lady? Xiaoya looked curiously at the lady in white that Gu Fei was carrying. This lady was as beautiful as a fairy. Heaven Shaman, Gu Fei said. What? Xiaoya almost fainted. Her master was too powerful to knock out the Heaven Shaman priest. Could it be that her master's cultivation was so powerful that he could easily defeat the Heaven Shaman priest? Lord God. At this moment, the old shaman woke up. The Heaven Shaman priest did not intend to hurt anyone. Xiaoya and the old shaman only fainted for a short while. Lord God, we're in trouble. The old shaman saw Gu Fei carrying the unconscious lady in white. How could he not know what had happened? What do you mean? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. No, Lord God, you shouldn't have looked at the Heaven Shaman priest's face. The old shaman said hurriedly. What? Am I going to marry her just because I looked at her? Gu Fei asked curiously. Lord God already knows about it. The old shaman was startled and said, What? Is that true? This is too melodramatic. Gu Fei was speechless. This is the rule of the southern barbarian shaman tribe for thousands of years. A heaven shaman cannot let others see his appearance. Once someone sees him, he must marry that person if he doesn't kill that person. The old high priest explained to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was speechless. The heaven witchcraft shaman was beautiful, but what did that have to do with him? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then directly carried this heavenly witch lady into the holy hall and settled her down. The maidservant also asked Xiaoya to carry her in. Although Xiaoya was still young, she was a Xiantian realm martial artist. It was very easy for her to carry the maid. People of the Black Mountain tribe, come out and die. At this moment, an angry roar came from the horizon. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful aura could be felt. The people of the Black Mountain tribe were terrified to the extreme, and a commotion broke out. Who is it? Gu Fei was a little angry. These fellows really didn't know when to stop. He walked out and looked up, only to see rays of divine light rushing over from the southern sky. Each ray of divine light had a powerful figure wrapped around it. The leading divine light was especially bright, like a meteor streaking across the sky. In an instant, it arrived above the Black Mountain tribe. Where did this mad dog come from? Gu Fei directly roared at the guy in the sky. What? The person in the sky was so angry that his nose became crooked. How dare he be impudent in front of the city lord? City lord, let me go and kill this arrogant fellow. At this moment, a group of powerful beings rushed over and stopped behind the person. A burly man walked out from behind the person. All right, go ahead then. The person nodded and said. He was the city lord of the barbarian emperor city, Man Yao. This guy couldn't pass through the coiling dragon gorge, so he threw his army of hundreds of thousands into the coiling dragon gorge. He brought a group of gods who could fly and directly crossed the mountains to kill his way to the Black Mountain tribe. At this moment, Man Yao was burning with anger. The trash of the Black Mountain tribe made him lose face. He had no choice but to abandon his hundreds of thousands of soldiers and bring less than 200 gods to the Black Mountain tribe. Although there were only 200 gods, Man Yao's momentum was not any weaker than the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated by all kinds of divine lights. Extremely powerful Yuan Qi rippled in all directions. The thousands of people in the Black Mountain tribe were terrified to the extreme. Everyone knelt to the gods in the sky. To the people of the Black Mountain tribe, this was a miracle among miracles. No one had ever seen so many gods gathered in one place. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, those fellows in the sky were nothing more than monsters that had yet to grow into their full potential. Little guy, go to hell. The burly man threw the axe in his hand. The axe turned into a streak of fire and descended from the sky, chopping towards Gu Fei in front of the sacred temple. This axe could definitely split a mountain in half. However, Gu Fei just smiled and reached out with his right hand, grabbing the axe that was falling from the sky. In the next moment, the fiery light dissipated and a huge scarlet axe appeared in his hand. What? The burly man was shocked. No one knew the power of his move better than he did. However, his opponent had actually caught the axe he had swung out with a casual grab. How is this possible? The other gods were also dumbfounded. Huanyo, did you not eat? A god sneered. Hey Hu, what did you say? Do you want to fight? The god called Huanyo turned around and roared at a dark-faced old man. His nostrils were blowing hot air, and two black horns emerged from his forehead. So, it's an ox demon. Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand. Crack. Countless cracks appeared on the giant axe that was surrounded by flames. In the next moment, with a bang, the giant axe instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing Gu Fei crush the axe with his bare hands, the ox demon and the other demons couldn't help but be shocked. Even the calm Man Yao couldn't help frowning. The ox demon was a half-step heavenly god. Even among the monsters, he was ranked at the top. His weapon was a true god-grade divine weapon. How could a person who could crush a true god-grade divine weapon be a weakling? You destroyed my weapon. Go to hell. The Huanyo demon roared and attacked. He slapped Gu Fei crazily. Fireballs fell from the sky towards Gu Fei. Chapter 49:19. Man Yao brought a group of demons and ghosts over, wanting to kill everyone in the Black Mountain tribe, leaving no one alive. However, they were stopped by Gu Fei alone. You want to start a massacre? It won't be easy. Rumble. At this moment, fireballs rained down from the sky above the Black Mountain tribe towards Gu Fei, who was standing in the courtyard in front of the sacred palace. Even in the daytime, the sky above the Black Mountain tribe was still covered in flames. Powerful Yuan Qi burst out from the fireball monster. The fireball monster was strong, a half-step heavenly god. Even in the territory of barbarian emperor city, he was a formidable existence. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, he was not a half-step heavenly god, but just a fireball monster. How could he put a mere fireball monster in his eyes? He stretched out his right hand and sucked the air. In the next moment, a black hole emerged from his palm, and the countless fireballs raining down from the sky gathered towards the black hole in his hand. In an instant, Gu Fei devoured all the fireballs shot out by the fireball monster. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How could this work? The voices of the demons and ghosts trembled. A faint layer of fire appeared on Gu Fei's body, and the layer of fire quickly disappeared from his body. You come over too. Gu Fei grabbed at the fireball monster in the sky. The stunned fireball monster immediately fell to the ground. How dare you? Man Yao roared and pointed his finger. A blood-red light emerged from the tip of his finger and shot towards Gu Fei. The blood-red light lit up half of the sky. This guy was a half-step divine king. His cultivation was extremely strong. His attack changed the color of the sky. He wanted to save the fireball monster, but Gu Fei exerted strength in his hand. The fireball monster screamed and exploded into a blood mist in the void. The powerful fireball demon was killed by Gu Fei just like that. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Damn you! Man Yao was enraged. The blood-colored light instantly expanded and enveloped Gu Fei and the entire palace. He could destroy the space covered by the blood-colored light with a single thought. However, at this moment, Gu Fei made a fist gesture. An invisible domain energy instantly spread out from his body and protected the entire sacred palace. What? Man Yao was shocked. He realized that he had severely underestimated this guy. Gu Fei sneered, and then he smashed his fist towards the sky. In the next moment, a huge fist shadow soared into the sky, broke through Man Yao's blood-red light, and hit the monsters in the sky. After that, more than half of the monsters in the sky disappeared. Those that had disappeared were directly blasted into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch. It's raining blood. The people of the Black Mountain tribe suddenly felt something warm fall on their faces and bodies. They touched it with their hands and saw that their hands were covered in blood. Those lucky monsters weren't hit by Gu Fei's punch, but they were scared such *less by Gu Fei's punch. Since when are the divine spirits so weak? Those so-called divine spirits that weren't killed by Gu Fei's punch were scared out of their wits. They fled in all directions. Man Yao almost vomited blood. *CK. This guy is too ruthless. He killed more than half of his men with one punch. Originally, Man Yao had brought more than 100 gods from different tribes to attack the Black Mountain tribe. But now, Gu Fei had killed 70 to 80 of them in just one move. Moreover, when they were in the Coiling Dragon Gorge, more than a dozen gods had fallen into the Coiling Dragon Gorge. Now, only a dozen or so gods had survived. They were all scared out of their wits and had fled far away. In the courtyard of the Holy Hall, Xiao Ye and the old shaman were stunned when they saw what had happened. They thought they were hallucinating. Killing dozens of deities with one punch was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. At this time, Gu Fei slowly retracted his fist. This punch consumed almost 50% of his yuan qi. Fortunately, he had asked Tian Yuan and the others to catch up to Xin Chong and retrieve the 10,000-year fire ginseng from him. However, it was a pity that less than half of the 10,000-year fire ginseng had been eaten by Xin Chong. This guy was really wasting natural resources. The 10,000-year fire ginseng was good stuff. The fire elemental spirit qi it contained was immense. If an ordinary person took a small bite, their body would explode and they would die. However, to those divine spirits, the 10,000-year fire ginseng was a great treasure. It could increase their cultivation level and even extend their lifespan. Gu Fei took out the 10,000-year fire ginseng that Xin Chong had eaten and took a big bite. The 10,000-year fire ginseng wasn't hard. Instead, it was crispy and refreshing. The fire ginseng meat melted in his mouth. Gu Fei felt a fiery heat flow from his throat into his stomach like molten iron. Soon, he felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his stomach. The yuan qi that he had consumed was instantly replenished. Gu Fei felt his body brimming with strength as a faint layer of fire appeared on his body. 10,000-year fire ginseng? Man Yao was shocked when he saw the thing in Gu Fei's hand. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away the 10,000-year fire ginseng. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. Another part of the power in his body had been awakened. Man Yao looked down at Gu Fei. In a trance, he felt like he was facing a huge mountain. The other party gave him a strong sense of oppression. Man Yao was shocked and angry at the same time. He took out the wind fire halberd. This was a heavenly god-grade weapon. With the halberd in hand, his aura instantly doubled. Lord Divine Spirit, he is Man Yao, the third son of Man King. You have to be careful. The old priest looked at Man Yao in the sky and quickly reminded Gu Fei. At this moment, the mighty pressure of a half-step divine king made his divine soul tremble. Man King's third son? Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was actually Man King's son. If he killed Man King's son, Man King would probably kill him immediately. Man King, Gu Fei was looking forward to it. Man King was the strongest expert in Southman. Maybe only Man King could force all the power in his body to awaken. However, Gu Fei wasn't sure if he had to face Man King now. Kneel down and surrender, and I will spare your life. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Man Yao indifferently. What? Man Yao almost fell from the sky after hearing Gu Fei's words. This guy was too arrogant. He actually wants me to kneel down and beg for mercy? A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. I will kill you today. Man Yao's voice was trembling with anger. Aya, stop talking nonsense. Make your move. I guarantee that even your father Man King won't be able to recognize you. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. You asshole. Man Yao was fuming with anger because of Gu Fei. He held the halberd in his hand and charged down from the sky. As he moved, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth moved. It was like a giant dragon descending from the sky, pouncing towards Gu Fei. Aya! Gu Fei punched again. A giant fist shadow appeared again and hit the head of the giant dragon. The giant dragon was blown away. This? Chapter 49:20. Man Yao was so depressed that he almost coughed blood. He was actually forced back by this guy from the Black Mountain tribe with one punch. Who the hell are you? Man Yao flew into the air. His blood boiled and blood rushed to his throat, but he swallowed it back. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, You killed Emperor Barbarian's envoy and my men. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Man Yao was about to go crazy. Are you stupid? The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of the world. I'm stronger than them. You guys provoked me and got killed. You deserved it. Gu Fei sneered. What did you say? Man Yao's veins were twitching. No one had ever dared to call him stupid, not even his father. How dare this guy call him stupid? Hee, if you were stronger than me, I would have been killed by you already. Gu Fei smiled. It's not too late to kill you now. Man Yao held the windfire halberd and charged at Gu Fei again. Swish! He brandished the halberd in his hand and charged down from the sky, directly striking at Gu Fei's head. The power of wind and fire erupted from the halberd, making it seem as if the entire halberd was on fire. At the same time, transparent wind blades rushed out from the halberd and slashed towards Gu Fei below. The strong power of wind and fire spread out, and in the sky above the Black Mountain tribe, the wind howled angrily. Divine flames burned the sky, and even the sky changed color. God, spare me. God, please don't be angry. I don't want to die. Everyone in the Black Mountain tribe was scared out of their wits. When a god was angry, the heavens and the earth would shake. When had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? God my A**guess. From now on, the Black Mountain tribe will no longer worship gods. In my eyes, gods are just a bunch of demons and ghosts. Gu Fei's voice rang out. Although it wasn't loud, it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. It was like a morning bell that shook the souls of countless people. Today, I will kill a god. After saying that, Gu Fei soared into the sky to meet Man Yao's halberd. This guy, the Sky Shaman Priestess, had already woken up. She saw Gu Fei's silhouette, who was going against the natural order and fighting against the gods, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Today, I will kill a god. Gu Fei's voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, shocking everyone to the extreme. How arrogant! The Heaven Shaman's maid woke up as well. She wasn't injured, she just fainted. In the sky, a scene that countless people in the Black Mountain tribe would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives appeared. A silhouette shot up into the sky, fighting against the invincible god with his own strength. The man who defied the heavens was no longer a god, but a human with flesh and blood. Could a human really kill a god? Everyone in the Black Mountain tribe was shocked. In fact, the people of the Black Mountain tribe were brought here by the other four gods. They were the people of the Heaven Ape, Sky Wolf, Golden Lion, and Fire Bear tribes. They joined the Black Mountain tribe and became their people. In their eyes, a god was invincible. Anyone who went against a god was destined to die a horrible death. But now, their master was going to kill a god. To these ignorant people, was there anything more shocking than this? At this moment, Gu Fei's fist broke through the power of wind and fire descending from the sky. His fist directly smashed onto the blade of the halberd. Clang! When Gu Fei's fist collided with Man Yao's halberd, a metal clanging sound was heard. How is this possible? Man Yao only felt a huge force coming from the halberd in his hand. He felt like he was hit by a mountain and was sent flying. The halberd almost flew out of his hand. The eyes of the other gods almost fell out of their sockets when they saw this scene. This guy actually took on the wind and fire halberd with his bare hands? That was a heavenly god-level divine weapon. No wonder this guy dared to kill Barbarian King's envoy and disregard Man Yao, the third son of Barbarian King. Is this guy a divine king? When the other gods thought of this, they retreated even further away. Man Yao was only a half-step divine king. Who are you? Man Yao shouted at Gu Fei. I'm your grandfather. Gu Fei slowly walked through the void, approaching Man Yao step by step. With every step he took, the aura around him would increase by a notch. It was as if the whole world was shaking under Gu Fei's feet. Unity of man and nature? Man Yao was truly frightened. In his eyes, Gu Fei was like an entire world crushing down on him. How was he supposed to fight? Preposterous. Man Yao was shocked and angry. He took out a jade bottle, opened the stopper, and ate the contents. What is he playing at this time? Gu Fei could not help but knit his brows. Roar! At this moment, Man Yao raised his head and roared. His body was covered in blood-red light as he stared at Gu Fei. Seeing Man Yao's current appearance, Gu Fei was startled. Man Yao's eyes had turned blood-red. It was a soul-shaking sight. Man Yao's aura became incomparably violent. Die! Man Yao roared and charged towards Gu Fei in a frenzy. So what? Gu Fei punched out with the 5 elemental fist. The power of the 5 elements burst out from his fists and collided with Man Yao's halberd, producing metallic clangs. Man Yao's battle prowess rose to a level that even Gu Fei had to pay attention to. Gu Fei was curious. What did Man Yao eat to increase his battle prowess in an instant? It must be something good. However, Gu Fei was still fearless. He unleashed his 5 elemental fist force and fought Man Yao with his fists. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. No one could have imagined that there would be such a powerful person in the Black Mountain tribe. Who is this guy? The Heaven Shaman priest was also shocked when he saw the 2 figures fighting in the sky. One should know that Man Yao was a half-step divine king. Man Yao ate something that could increase his potential. At this moment, his battle prowess was comparable to a divine king. This guy could fight with Man Yao endlessly. Could he be a god king? The celestial shaman priest's mind raced. Chapter 49:21. Ever since Gu Fei came to this world, this was the first time he met an expert like Man Yao. When this fellow went crazy, his combat power wasn't bad. Moreover, when this fellow went crazy, it was even easier to deal with him. When Gu Fei fought, not only did he devour the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy, but he also devoured his opponent's essence energy. The more he fought, the stronger he got. However, his opponent got weaker and weaker. As the battle went on, Gu Fei would naturally emerge as the victor. As Gu Fei refined the heaven and earth spirit energy in this world for his own use, his sealed power was constantly awakening. This was the result of Gu Fei assimilating with this world. He gradually gained the recognition of this world, and his power would recover. Of course, if his power was strong enough to ignore the Void Realm's heaven and earth laws, then he wouldn't need to care about them. The Void Realm's heaven and earth laws wouldn't be able to suppress him. At this moment, two figures were moving rapidly in the air. Muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. Vast essence energy ripples spread out from the sky. Near the Black Mountain tribe, sand and stones were blown everywhere. The Black Mountain tribe hid in their stone houses and didn't dare to come out. Bang! Gu Fei sent Man Yao flying with another punch. At this moment, faint Dao patterns started to appear around his body. That was the sign of his power awakening. This was just the first Dao pattern. 9-9 returned to 1. Gu Fei had cultivated 9 of the most primitive Dao patterns, and each Dao pattern represented one of the most primitive powers. He was evolving his own Dao. If he could condense all 9 Dao patterns on his body, then the power that was suppressed by this world would be awakened. This was a sword-shaped Dao pattern. It represented the sword Dao that Gu Fei cultivated. The sword Dao was an offensive Dao. As long as one had a sword in hand, one sword could break all laws. It was incomparably powerful. Just as Gu Fei was condensing the sword Dao pattern, some of the godly spirits that cultivated the sword Dao were instantly stunned. That was because their swords were actually vibrating, especially Xiaoya. Previously, when Gu Fei killed the barbarian sovereign's envoy, he gave her his spoils of war, a bronze sword. At this moment, the bronze sword in Xiaoya's hand began to tremble, as if it was being summoned by something, and was about to fly out of her hand. Xiaoya was very shocked. Her master's sword Dao cultivation was really too powerful. Gu Fei's sword Dao had already been cultivated to the extreme. Although he had only just successfully condensed one of the 9 sword Dao he had cultivated, it already possessed a trace of the 10,000 swords returning to origin aura. Roar! After Man Yao was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist, he immediately roared and charged at Gu Fei. It was as if he didn't know pain. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness and viciousness. This guy, although Gu Fei wasn't afraid of this guy, especially since he had condensed one of the 9 sword Dao patterns and awakened the power of the sword Dao, he didn't need to be afraid of Man Yao. He used his palm as a sword and slashed at the incoming Man Yao. An extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and slashed at Man Yao's head. Man Yao roared and waved the halberd in his hand to sweep at the sword light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Man Yao was sent flying by Gu Fei's attack, and a sword mark appeared on the halberd in his hand. It was as if it had been slashed by a real peerless divine sword. However, after Man Yao ate the thing in the small bottle, his entire person changed. It seemed like he only knew how to fight and kill the people in front of him. He seemed to be unable to feel anything else. He completely ignored the shocking battle strength displayed by Gu Fei and immediately attacked Gu Fei. Violent energy burst out of his body, and rays of blood light circled around him. You're courting death. Gu Fei didn't hold back anymore. 9 swords exterminating the heavens. He separated his hands in front of him, and 9 rays of sword light immediately appeared around him. The rays of sword light turned into 9 sword shadows, and each ray of sword light gave off a shocking ripple of sword chi. Roar! Man Yao was still madly attacking Gu Fei. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands, and in the next moment, the 9 sword lights around him pierced towards Man Yao like 9 rainbows. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. The 9 sword shadows danced around Man Yao, and chilling sword chi spread out. The temperature of the void dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. Even the gods who had retreated far away and were scared out of their wits could still feel the sword energy coming towards them, giving them a creepy feeling as if a sharp blade was pressed against their throats. These so-called godly spirits had no choice but to retreat even further away. At this moment, Man Yao waved the wind-fire halberd in his hand and actually blocked the 9 sword lights. To Gu Fei, this was simply a miracle. The 9 sky execution swords was Gu Fei's trump card. However, very quickly, Gu Fei's 9 sword lights broke through Man Yao's defense. One sword light directly pierced through Man Yao's left shoulder and brought out a cloud of blood mist. After being hit, Man Yao couldn't block Gu Fei's sword lights at all. In the next moment, a cloud of blood mist rushed out of Man Yao's body. The 9 sword lights continuously pierced through his body, and he howled miserably as he fell from the sky. Boom! Man Yao directly smashed a large pit in the ground. A large halberd fell from the sky and directly stabbed into the ground not far away. Damn, third master lost? The godly spirits that saw this scene were stunned. They immediately turned around and wanted to escape. However, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly swept his sword towards these so-called godly spirits that were hiding and watching the show. Where the sword light passed, more than a dozen godly spirits were directly killed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The sky once again started to rain blood, and the smell of blood in the void became even thicker. I said that today, I will kill a god. Gu Fei placed his hands behind his back and walked down from the sky step by step. At this moment, the heaven shaman priest was already stunned. This guy is too amazing. He actually defeated Man Yao and killed so many godly spirits. Is he really not afraid of the barbarian sovereign? The barbarian sovereign's strength was indescribable. Back then, the barbarian sovereign fought with the shaman sovereign for 10 days and 10 nights, directly destroying the mountains within 1,000 miles. The impact of that battle was far-reaching. The shaman sovereign was defeated and then retired. The barbarian sovereign became the sovereign of South Barbarian. Because of this, the shaman sovereign lost his right to rule South Barbarian. Even though Gu Fei defeated Man Yao, in the eyes of the heaven shaman priest, it didn't mean that Gu Fei could challenge the barbarian sovereign. One should know that there was no comparison between the barbarian sovereign and Man Yao. The barbarian sovereign was an invincible sovereign while Man Yao was only a half-step divine king. You're awake? Gu Fei wasn't surprised to see the heaven shaman priest. You killed Man Yao? Although the heaven shaman didn't have a good impression of Man Yao, killing Man Yao would cause a huge problem. After all, Man Yao was the son of the barbarian sovereign. The barbarian sovereign would probably go crazy if he killed the son of the barbarian sovereign. Who said that I killed him? Gu Fei smiled. Go and drag that guy over. Gu Fei ordered the old shaman. The old shaman hesitated. Gu Fei looked at the old shaman with a sharp gaze. Yes, Lord God. The old shaman accepted the order with a trembling voice. Don't call me Lord God from now on. Call me Master. Gu Fei said. Yes, God. Ah, Master. The old shaman left and called Shan Kuei to bring a dozen of his men to capture Man Yao. You're really not afraid of the barbarian sovereign? The heaven shaman priest found it hard to imagine that this guy dared to come to southern barbarian at such a young age and offend the barbarian sovereign. Even the descendants of the top powers wouldn't dare to do such a thing. There's no one in this world that I'm afraid of. Gu Fei said confidently. What a big tone. The heaven shaman priest was speechless. What? I heard that you heaven shaman have a rule. Gu Fei suddenly looked at the heaven shaman priest with a smile that wasn't a smile. I don't know what you're talking about. The heaven shaman priest's face suddenly revealed a trace of shyness. You really don't know? Haha. Gu Fei laughed. At this time, Shan Kuei and the others walked in from the outside with a person in their arms. This person was covered in blood and mud. He looked extremely miserable. Man Yao, who was acting high and mighty and wanted to destroy the Black Mountain tribe, was now like a dead dog. He couldn't even stand up and had to be carried by others. Seeing Gu Fei, Man Yao was so excited that he vomited blood. Gu Fei didn't waste time talking to this guy. He grabbed Man Yao's head and read his memories. Gu Fei let go of Man Yao, but his expression wasn't good because this Man Yao wasn't a kind person. This guy actually used a living person to practice his technique. Let me go or you're dead. Man Yao didn't believe that this guy would dare to kill him because he was the third son of the barbarian sovereign. Let you go? Gu Fei looked at Man Yao and said to Shan Kuei, Let him go? Yes, master. Shan Kuei's two subordinates who were holding Man Yao on both sides let go of him. This guy laid on the ground like a dead dog. Even if I let you go, you won't be able to crawl out of here. Gu Fei mocked. Man Yao almost fainted. He was the third son of the barbarian sovereign, and everything had been smooth ever since he was born. When had he ever been in such a pathetic state? If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died many times. Drag him out and kill him, Gu Fei said to Shan Kuei. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Kill Man Yao? That was the third master of the barbarian sovereign city, the son of the barbarian sovereign. Killing him would be irreversible. You dare? My father will kill your entire family. Man Yao was still stubborn. Swish. Gu Fei pointed his finger and a ray of sword energy shot out, piercing Man Yao's head. Everyone was shocked. Man Yao didn't expect that Gu Fei would really kill him. His face was filled with fear. It was frozen on his face. Man Yao is dead? Even the heaven shaman priest was shocked. He really pierced the sky. Chapter 49-22. Gu Fei actually killed the third son of the barbarian emperor, Man Yao, in front of everyone. This caused everyone to turn into statues. This. The old priest was almost scared to death. Even though this fellow was despicable, even though he came to the Black Mountain tribe aggressively and wanted to kill everyone, the old priest really didn't want this fella to die. Because this fella was the son of the barbarian emperor. But now, this prominent figure was dead. Moreover, he died in the hands of his new master, Gu Fei. The barbarian emperor would definitely be furious, and then, no one dared to imagine what would happen next. Just as Gu Fei killed Man Yao with a finger, in the real royal city of Southman, in an inconspicuous hall within the barbarian royal palace, there was a cracking sound. A jade tablet that was enshrined in the hall suddenly exploded and turned into powder. This scene shocked the guards of the hall. Soon, an angry roar came from the imperial city. Countless living beings in the entire imperial city felt a terrifying pressure erupt from the barbarian imperial palace. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Barbarian Emperor, is this how you welcome an old friend? Just then, an old voice came from the sky and a figure appeared in the sky. Ghostly Emperor, you old fart. Did you do this? A furious roar came from the royal city. Then, a figure rushed out from the royal city and instantly appeared in the sky, fighting with that person. You're crazy. The Ghost Emperor was shocked and furious. He retreated immediately. However, the Barbarian Emperor didn't let him off and chased after him. Barbarian Emperor, you be *starred. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The ghostly figure immediately engaged in a great battle with the Barbarian Emperor. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. Countless living beings were terrified. This was a battle between emperors. Two emperors rushed into the sky and fought in the depths of the starry sky. Otherwise, the entire region would be destroyed and everything would be destroyed. That was because emperors were so powerful and terrifying. They could easily destroy mountains, crush the ground, stop the rivers, overturn the seas, and cause countless living beings to suffer. The news of the battle between the barbarian sovereign and the ghost sovereign spread, shaking the entire void realm and attracting the attention of countless people. The Ghost Emperor was the Emperor of the North Ruins, one of the 5 great regions of the void realm. The North Ruins was the world of the ghost race, and the ghost race was actually a race of ghost cultivators. Abandoning the corporeal body and cultivating the ghost body was the cultivation method of the ghost race. The ghostly emperor appearing in the southern barbaric lands was a very unusual thing. It should be known that these two great forces had never had any dealings. Furthermore, the two monarchs actually started fighting. This was something that could shake the entire void realm. Are you King insane? What does your son's death have to do with me? Ghostly Emperor was incomparably depressed. He had just arrived in South Barbaric and had a fight with Barbaric Emperor. Although he wasn't injured, he wasn't happy to be beaten up for no reason. Let me vent, or else I'll really go crazy. In the starry sky, the two sovereigns stopped. The two of them actually knew each other, and their relationship seemed to be pretty good. If others knew that they were old friends, perhaps everyone's jaws would drop because this was too inconceivable. Who was it that killed my son? Barbaric Emperor really wanted to kill his way back to Barbaric Imperial City, but he couldn't leave now because there was a big matter that he couldn't leave. Let's go. We won't be able to get anything if we're late. As Ghostly Emperor spoke, he turned into a ray of black light and instantly disappeared. Barbaric Emperor thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and chased after Ghostly Emperor. At this moment, as Barbaric Emperor left, the entire palace was in chaos because the life token of Barbaric Emperor's third son was actually broken. There was only one possibility: Barbaric Yao was dead. So headstrong and likes to be in the limelight, not knowing how to endure. In the end, it's all over. In the southern royal palace, a figure stood on the roof of the palace, holding a jar of wine in his hand. He looked at the chaotic palace expressionlessly. Second prince, Crown Prince requests your presence. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind this person. He was the second son of Barbaric Emperor, Barbaric Yu. Big brother, why are you looking for me? Barbaric Yu frowned. After that, he raised the jar and gulped down a mouthful of wine before leaping down from the cauldron. The death of Barbaric Emperor's third son, Barbaric Yao, shook the southern barbarian emperor. Countless powers were watching, and many of them were ready to make a move. However, everyone was afraid of Barbaric Emperor, so no one dared to make a move. Very quickly, more than 10 powerful figures left southern royal city and headed straight for Barbaric Imperial City. Although this Barbaric Imperial City was located in a remote and desolate area, due to special reasons, it was the second imperial city of Southern Barbarian. It was impossible for the Southern Barbarian imperial family to not care about Barbaric imperial family's death. Moreover, the Southern Barbarian imperial family acted very quickly, directly sending experts to Barbaric Imperial City. The person leading the team was slightly surprised. This person was actually Barbaric Emperor's second son, Barbaric Yu. This caused many people's imaginations to run wild. Some people said that this was because the Crown Prince wanted to eradicate dissidents, so he sent the second prince to his death because the third prince died in Barbaric Imperial City. Wasn't sending the second prince to his death by sending him to Barbaric Imperial City? At this time, in the territory of Barbaric Imperial City, the news of Barbaric Imperial City's death spread. When the hundreds of thousands of troops outside the coiling Dragon Gorge received the news, they immediately scattered like monkeys when the tree falls. In less than half an hour, all the troops were gone. All the overlords of the tribes brought their troops and returned to their tribes at the first moment. More than 100 divine beings died in battle, causing these tribes to lose the protection of the divine beings. In this way, the tribes in the surrounding areas would attack them and expand their territories. The battles between primitive tribes were very realistic, that is, to fight for resources and territory. Tian Yuan and the other 3 divine beings directly returned to the Black Mountain tribe. It's time to take down Barbaric Imperial City. In the Black Mountain tribe's holy palace, Gu Fei said indifferently, I think you should hurry up and escape. Barbaric Emperor will arrive at any time. The Heaven Shaman priest said to Gu Fei, Is that so? Gu Fei still didn't think much of it. Although Barbaric Emperor was strong, he was dreaming if he wanted to kill him. At this time, Gu Fei finally understood the magical effect of the boundless qi. As long as the boundless qi didn't dissipate, he wouldn't die. The boundless qi could make him immortal. Even if he couldn't defeat Barbaric Emperor now, he believed that it wouldn't be long before Barbaric Emperor would be trampled under his feet. The Heaven Shaman priest was speechless. Acting on his thoughts, this was Gu Fei's character. He actually brought only Xiaoya and the 4 divine beings to kill their way to Barbaric Imperial City. This guy is really crazy. Chapter 49-23. The Barbarian Emperor City was in chaos, because the third son of the Barbarian Emperor was killed in the Black Mountain tribe. When the news spread, the entire Barbarian Emperor City fell into a state of panic. The first thought of the rulers of the city wasn't how to avenge Man Yao, but how to survive. Some directly packed their belongings and ran. No one knew when the madman who killed Man Yao would suddenly come to the city. That madman even dared to kill the third son of the Barbarian Emperor, let alone them? For a time, the 4 gates of the city were filled with people. Everyone wanted to escape the city at the first moment. In the midst of panic and chaos, many people were trampled to death, and all the tribes in the territory of the Barbarian Emperor City were in danger, afraid that the Black Mountain tribe would come to kill them. At this time, no one would care about the affairs of the Barbarian Emperor City. So, when Gu Fei brought his men to Barbaric Emperor City, the entire city fell into panic and chaos. Some people took advantage of the situation, burning, killing, and looting the city. However, there was a place in the Barbarian Emperor City that was very peaceful. Even if the outside was in chaos, no one dared to break into this place. And this place was the Heaven Witch Palace. This was the residence of the Heaven Witch Palace. Even if there were no guards, the people of the barbarian Emperor City wouldn't dare to break in. At this time, the Heaven Witch Priest returned to the Heaven Witch Palace. Then, the people of the Heaven Witch Palace started to move. They quickly took control of the entire city. Even the red armor guards of the third son of the barbarian emperor had no choice but to listen to the Heaven Witch Palace. The combat strength of the red armor guards was unquestionable. They directly swept through the entire barbarian emperor city. Those who caused trouble in the city were all killed by the red armor guards. The chaotic situation was under control, and Gu Fei directly entered the city lord's mansion. With Gu Fei's strength, he quickly took control of the city lord's mansion. He then ordered people to hang the corpse of the third son of the barbarian emperor in the square outside the city lord's mansion. This Man Yao really deserved to die. Gu Fei read Man Yao's memory and knew what kind of person he was. This guy actually used living people to practice his evil technique. Seeing Man Yao's corpse hanging outside the city lord's mansion, everyone in the city was shocked to the extreme. Submit or die. Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire city. The four god spirits started attacking. Those who didn't submit were killed by the god spirits led by Tianyuan, especially Man Yao's subordinates. In fact, Tianyuan and the others wanted to get rid of the Scarlet Armor Guards, but the Sky Magus Palace had stepped forward to protect the Scarlet Armor Guards. Even Tianyuan and the others did not dare to go against the Sky Magus Palace. Little girl from the Heaven Witch Palace, what is the meaning of this? Gu Fei directly came to the Heavenly Witch Palace to demand an explanation. Chick. When those people who were taking refuge in the Heaven Witch Palace heard Gu Fei's words, they were all stunned. Who would dare to be impudent in the Heaven Witch Palace? If it wasn't for the fact that the people from the Sky Witch Palace allowed them to enter, to be honest, no one would dare to enter the Sky Witch Palace to seek refuge. Fellow Taoist, how about giving me some face? The Heaven Magus Priest's voice came from the main hall of the Heaven Magus Palace. If you talk any more, I'll take you back to warm my bed, Gu Fei said loudly. The voice in the hall immediately disappeared. Lord Heaven Magus, within the main hall of the Heaven Magus Palace, the Heaven Magus Priest sat on her throne with a hat covering her face. The servant beside her felt indignant but helpless at the same time, because that fellow outside was truly a madman. He even dared to kill the third son of the barbarian emperor. What else did he not dare to do? If you don't submit, then die. Gu Fei swept his gaze across those nobles in the courtyard in front of the main hall. There were truly many people in the courtyard. The leaders of the three great clans were all here. Emo clan's clan head, Xian clan's clan head, and Wu clan's clan head were all here. Everyone was looking at the three clan heads. Kill the three of them, Gu Fei directly ordered. Yes, master. Tianyuan directly stepped forward and was about to act. This lowly one is willing to submit. The Mo clan's clan head was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged Gu Fei for mercy. Old Mo, you coward. This daddy is ashamed to be associated with you. The Xian clan's clan head roared at the Mo clan's clan head. You're not cowardly. You're awesome. You're amazing, Tianyuan said as he punched towards the Xian clan's clan head. The Xian clan's clan head also punched out. As the Xian clan's clan head, how could he not be capable? Boom. Two fists instantly collided. Tianyuan was actually forced to take a few steps back. As for the Xian clan's clan head, he was unmoving like a mountain. It was clear who was superior. The ripples of essence Qi caused the surrounding people to stumble and look extremely pathetic. You have some ability. No wonder you're not cowardly. Gu Fei looked at the Xian clan's clan head calmly and said, Brat, if a tiger doesn't show its prowess, do you think I'm a sick cat? The Xian clan's clan head struck out a fist stance. Powerful essence Qi ripples exploded from his body. The surrounding people were all shocked. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a sigh. Eat my fist, the Xian clan's clan head said as he exerted strength in his legs and pounced towards Gu Fei. His right fist smashed towards Gu Fei's head with lightning speed. Scram. Gu Fei's slap flew towards the Xian clan's clan head. Pa. It was a ruthless slap to the face. The Xian clan's clan head was sent flying. Boom. He smashed through the wall and fell outside. Acting cool in front of me? You're asking for death. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Everyone was stunned by Gu Fei's move. I'm willing to submit. The Wu clan's clan head also knelt towards Gu Fei. Do you know that you're being insincere? Gu Fei glanced at them and said, This. The Wu clan's clan head and the Mo clan's clan head were both shocked and furious. How about this? How about you destroy the Xin clan now? Gu Fei thought about it and said, Yes, master. The Wu clan's and Mo clan's clan heads quickly accepted the order. Then, the Xin clan became history in Barbarian Emperor City. The two clans acted against the Xin clan at the same time and divided the Xin clan's territory. This was a good thing for the two clans. You think you'll be fine just by hiding here? Gu Fei didn't put the Sky Witch Palace in his eyes. He directly killed the commanders of the Red Armor Guards and replaced them with people from the two clans. With Gu Fei's thunderous methods, he quickly gained control of the entire Barbarian Emperor City. Even the priests of the Sky Witch Palace didn't dare to come out and say anything. Actually, many people were watching the Sky Witch Palace. The attitude of the Sky Witch Palace was crucial. Now that even the Sky Witch Palace didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing to Gu Fei occupying the Barbarian Emperor City, what else could the others say? In less than a day, the Barbarian Emperor City changed its master. When the second son of the Barbarian Emperor, Manu, brought his men to the Barbarian Emperor City, the sky had already changed. Over a dozen powerful figures descended from the sky and landed on the plaza in front of the city lord's residence. The sunset was like blood, and the air was still filled with a faint smell of blood. It's the third prince. Someone immediately recognized the corpse of the third son of the Barbarian Emperor hanging on the flagpole. Too much. An old man rushed up, cut the rope, and put the corpse of the third son of the Barbarian sovereign down. Little thief, come out and receive your death. Another middle-aged man walked towards the great hall. He was enraged, and his voice spread far and wide. Almost half of the people in the city heard it. What happened? It's from the city lord's residence. Could it be that the Barbarian Emperor has arrived? Everyone in the city was shocked. If the Barbarian Emperor personally arrived, that lunatic from the Black Mountain tribe would definitely die. Swish. What responded to this middle-aged man was an arrow. A sharp arrow shot out from the great hall. The speed was so fast that even the middle-aged man didn't have time to dodge. Pooh! That middle-aged man was directly shot, and his entire body was sent flying. He was sent flying tens of feet away by the arrow before he was nailed to the wall and no longer had any signs of life. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that they had just arrived at the Barbarian Emperor City, and they hadn't even seen the enemy, and they had already lost a person. Damn it! Impudent! Damn it! Man-Yu's underlings roared in anger as they drew their weapons and stared at the open door of the great hall with vigilance. Scram back to where you came from, or you will end up like that guy. A voice came from the great hall. How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to? An old servant beside Man-Yu said angrily. I don't care who he is. I even dared to kill Man-Yao. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What a joke. The voice from the great hall continued. What? Everyone's expression changed. Kill. Man-Yu ordered. Boom. 13 experts leaped up at the same time and pounced towards the great hall. Powerful Yuan Qi rippled out, and the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. Murderous intent surged. Just when the guy at the front was about to kill his way into the great hall, he seemed to have suddenly collided with an invisible wall and was sent flying. Moreover, his head was bleeding, and he fell to the ground. He slid on the ground for a distance before he stopped. He couldn't stand up for a while. When the others saw this, they hurriedly stopped. However, some people couldn't stop and couldn't control their momentum. Then, as if they had hit a transparent wall, they were sent flying. What's going on? In this way, everyone couldn't remain calm. At this moment, Man-Yu, the second son of the Barbarian Emperor, silently retreated. Bang! Boom! A group of people attacked with all their might. Waves of Yuan Qi blasted into the void, and transparent ripples spread out from the void. At this moment, these experts from the southern imperial city discovered that the entire Great Hall was actually enveloped by a layer of transparent energy. How are we going to fight? Everyone's heart turned cold. No one thought that the person who killed Third Master would be so powerful. One should know that there were real divine kings among these people. Even divine kings were blocked. This was truly unimaginable. A bunch of trash dares to take revenge for Manyao? Chapter 49-24. Manyao came. Although Manyao reeked of alcohol like a profligate son, he was decisive in killing and directly ordered his men to kill Gu Fei. However, an unbelievable scene appeared. The 13 experts under Manyu's command were actually unable to break into the barbarian Emperor City's city governor estate, and they were obstructed by a formidable shapeless force. When Manyao saw this, he silently retreated. Among the 13 experts, the leader was a general. His name was Jin Shao, and he was an expert of the southern imperial city's Jin family. He was a God King expert. Who is that? Could it be that he killed Third Master? Seeing someone walking out of the hall, the 13 experts stopped and landed in front of the hall, staring at that person. Just a bunch of trash. The person who walked out of the hall was Gu Fei. He glanced at the 13 experts and said indifferently, "What?" Jin Shao was furious. The people behind him were also furious. This guy actually dared to say that they were trash? The Jin clan of the southern imperial city was not a small force. They were the trusted aides of the barbarian emperor. Jin Zhao's position in the Jin clan wasn't low either because he was a divine king expert. He was originally Third Master Manyao's man. Now that Manyao is dead, he naturally had to choose another side. The consequences of choosing the wrong side was very serious. Although Second Master seemed to be an ignorant and incompetent profligate son, he had placed his bet on Second Master, because First Master Man Xiong had always been suppressing the Jin clan. There's a formation here. The defensive formation of the mansion has been activated. Jin Shao stared at Gu Fei, who was standing in the hall, and said coldly, "TSK, so that's the case. Do you dare to come out and fight?" A black-clothed middle-aged man behind Jin Shao stared at Gu Fei and said in disdain, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Gu Fei directly walked out from behind the door. "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. You want to barge into hell yourself." The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. "TSK, you guys think too highly of yourselves." Gu Fei shook his head in disdain. "Boss Jin, how about giving this guy to me?" The black-clothed middle-aged man said to Jin Shao, "All right, let's see what Uncle Hua can do then." As Jin Shao spoke, he retreated with the others. At this moment, Uncle Hua's aura changed. This person had a stern aura, and there was a hideous scar on his face that stretched from his forehead to his chin. His gaze was fierce and sinister. "Hee, little fellow, how do you want to die?" Uncle Hua was very confident because he was a low-level God King. He was several times stronger than the half-step God King Manyao. Moreover, Uncle Hua's soul-shattering palm was one of the best. Sigh. I wanted to keep a low profile, but there's always someone who won't let me. Gu Fei sighed. "You?" Uncle Hua was so angry that he laughed. This brat actually dared to underestimate him. He really deserved to die. "Hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to make your move once I make my move." Gu Fei said impatiently, "Is that guy crazy?" High up in the sky, the Heaven Witch shaman came out to watch the show again. She had a strange feeling about Gu Fei, and she always wanted to see him. She even suspected that she was sick. She had never cared about someone so much since she was young. "Little fellow, you sure talk big." Uncle Hua laughed sinisterly. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his entire body shot towards Gu Fei like an arrow. He extended his right hand and slapped Gu Fei's chest. Sigh. Boring. Gu Fei casually waved his right hand and deflected Uncle Hua's palm strike to the side. Then, he performed a heart-piercing kick with his right leg. The tip of his foot ruthlessly kicked Uncle Hua's heart. In the next moment, Uncle Hua let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he was already dead. Everyone looked and saw that Uncle Hua's heart had caved in. It seemed that his heart had been crushed by Yi Futyan's kick. In fact, a crushed heart would not kill Uncle Hua. However, Gu Fei's kick was different. Not only did it crush Uncle Hua's heart, but it also shattered his primordial spirit. This Uncle Hua could not even be a ghost anymore. When everyone caught sight of this, they were astounded to the extreme. To think that this fella could kick a celestial king to death with a single kick. What were they to do now? Among the 13 of them, only Uncle Hua, Boss Jean, and the one-armed swordsman Qiu Qinjian were there. The rest were either half-step divine kings or heavenly gods. Boss Jean, you go. Everyone retreated at the same time. You guys, Jin Xiao stood at the front alone. He was speechless. These fellas were not reliable at all. Boss Jean, only you are his opponent now, Qiu Qinjian said. Damn you, Qiu Qinjian. Why don't you change your name to Qiu Qinjian? Jin Xiao pointed his middle finger at Qiu Qinjian behind him. Haha. The others burst into laughter. You're not bad. I'll play with you then, Gu Fei said as he took a step forward and arrived at the center of the square in an instant. Play? Be careful, or you'll lose your life. Jin Xiao also took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Fei in an instant. His heavenly skill of Black Tortoise had been cultivated to the 7th level. His body was invulnerable and only divine weapons could hurt him. He was simply a human-shaped killing machine. Gu Fei did not say anything. He pushed off with both feet and dashed towards Jin Xiao. Behind him, a cloud of dust rose and a piercing sound was heard. The surrounding experts who saw this scene were all shocked to the extreme. This fella, even Jin Zhao's expression changed at this moment. He became extremely solemn. In the next moment, he activated the heavenly skill of Black Tortoise. A layer of faint golden light appeared on his body, as if he was covered by a golden tortoise shell. He took a deep breath and his body actually grew bigger. Every muscle was vibrating and releasing the tyrannical power of Black Tortoise. The golden tortoise shell that emerged from his body protected him from head to toe. There were no gaps or blind spots. At this moment, Gu Fei had already rushed in front of Jin Xiao. Roar! Jin Xiao roared and attacked with all his might. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei directly collided with Jin Zhao's fist. In the next moment, Jin Zhao's entire arm exploded. He was sent flying for more than 10 meters and rolled on the ground. How is this possible? Jin Xiao struggled to stand up. He stared in disbelief at Gu Fei, who was walking towards him step by step. How could this fella be so strong? The experts under Jin Xiao were all stunned. Boss Jean had cultivated the heavenly skill of Black Tortoise to the 7th level. He had copper skin and iron bones. Even a great perfection God King couldn't defeat him in one move. However, Gu Fei only needed one punch to shatter Jin Zhao's right arm and severely injure him. At this moment, Gu Fei walked in front of Jin Xiao and looked at him indifferently. You? Jin Xiao was terrified to the extreme. It was as if he had seen a ghost. A god king of the Jin family is only a... Gu Fei shook his head. He had Red Man Yao's memories and knew about Jin Zhao's origin. He also knew about the situation in the Void Realm. There were 5 great territories and 5 emperors. Every emperor was not simple. They were all known to be invincible. Don't get too full of yourself. My elder brother will definitely take revenge for me. Jin Xiao stared at Gu Fei and said through gritted teeth, You mean the head of the Jin family, Jin Jinan? It won't be long before I send him to reunite with you, Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Jin Xiao was shocked. He spat out a mouthful of blood in his excitement. Gu Fei didn't waste any more words. He pointed a finger and a ray of sword chi shot out from his finger, piercing through Jin Zhao's head. Jin Zhao's group only regained their senses at this moment. Let's attack together and kill this guy. Jin Xiao was dead, but there were still 11 experts. The one-armed swordsman, Qiu Qinjian, was also a god king. The 11 experts didn't retreat in fear. They knew that if they didn't kill this guy, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when they returned. Kill. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He stomped on the ground and charged towards the 11 experts like an ancient war elephant. The 11 experts were startled and scattered in all directions to hide. Eat my arrow. One of the heavenly god powerhouses, who was dodging, knocked an arrow and shot towards Gu Fei. In the next moment, The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Black arrows pierced through the sky and shot towards Gu Fei like raindrops. "Oomph!" Gu Fei sneered. He waved his hands, and the countless arrows were immediately deflected away. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. The Scarlet Guards had actually betrayed Gu Fei, because the people who were shooting arrows at Gu Fei from the high walls surrounding the plaza were the Scarlet Guards. Some of the arrows were deflected back, injuring and killing more than a dozen red armor guards standing on top of the wall. "Kill!" A general immediately ordered the red armor guards. The red armor guards on top of the wall jumped down and charged towards Gu Fei. "Set up the formation," the general roared. In the next moment, dozens of blood-red shields were erected by the red armor guards. They formed a shield formation in front of them and advanced towards Gu Fei. "Haha, I'll kill to my heart's content today." Gu Fei laughed heartily as he charged at the incoming Scarlet Guards. When Gu Fei reached them, dozens of spears suddenly pierced towards Gu Fei through the gaps between the shields. The spears in the hands of the red armor guards were made of fine iron and could pierce through steel. However, Gu Fei completely ignored the sharpness of the spears and rammed head-on into them. Boom! With a loud bang, dozens of shields were smashed into smithereens. The shield-wielding scarlet-armored battle soldiers screamed as they were sent flying. The sharp spears did not even leave a mark on Gu Fei's body. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.